All right, guys. So we just had some labor market data come out. Unemployment upticks to 4.4%, expectation 4.3%. Hugh, you had a huge print on the non-farm payrolls. Expectation was 53K versus 119K. I'm just looking at a couple other things. Average hourly earnings did go up on a year-over-year basis by 0.1%. Average hourly earnings on a month-over-month basis slightly decreased for September. Nevertheless, the market is reacting to the unemployment rate, I think, upticking here. You can see the two-year yield absolutely imploding to the downside. Dixie getting slapped. SPY juicing the gains. Pump it up. Pump it. Yeah, markets are great again. Thank you, NVDA. I know. Our QQQ calls are going to absolutely print today. I mean, I took 606s. We're already at 612. Holy moly. Had I known we were going to react this positively, I would have taken even farther out of the money. But markets are in a full bull market, and now we're going to have a little bit of the sprinkle on top for small caps, because what is the most rate sensitive is your small caps. You look at what the two-year yield just did, initial spike up, drop. We are going to have a party today, guys, if small caps can keep these gains. But very interesting unemployment data. Remember, this is all September data on the employment side. So it's certainly something that can still keep deteriorating. But that being said, markets are absolutely printing to the high side. So it's really weird. I mean, really weird data this morning, especially on the non-farm payrolls. The forecast is 53 coming in 119K. So that's showing that more people were employed during that period. That being said, you still had the unemployment rate uptick. So, I mean, it's just weird data. It's kind of conflicting across the board. Philly Fed manufacturing, that took a nosedive. Consensus was for 1, coming in at minus 1.7. Initial job loss claims coming in at, what was that, 220. I don't know why they don't have a forecast here, but 220, I mean, is still okay. You're not really taking out that 250 high just yet. So, like I said, there's mixed parts of the report that's decent. Again, you're still above that 200K level on the initial job loss claims, but 250 is that big pivot high. We've tested it once, but still managing to come out okay. It's lower than last print, but 220K. Yeah, bad day for dust if the dollar gets spanked. Gold was weird in the futures market last night. Gold was had a dump and then a bigger dump, then a pump. So gold's interesting, but yes, if the dollar reacts poorly here and we see the Dixie coming in, from the highs. I have the Dixie pulling back slightly. I think that you got to watch for a retest of this daily 200 moving average. That's where I think the Dixie will pull back in the very short term to 99.92. So it's still going to hold pretty steady, but I do think that there's a pullback in the dollar today. Um, so we'll continue to watch that. Obviously, if the dollar does pull back, it should be helpful for gold. It should be. A couple of things I'm watching for is what does Bitcoin do here? You can see Bitcoin tried ripping there. Now it's getting sold into. So that's a little bit of a negative. A little bit of a negative. Yeah, I like Mara. I like Meta already. I like Bitfarms, MSTR, all the crypto stocks. I think BTC is close to putting in a really decent technical bottom, especially when you factor in Jim Cramer calling a bottom yesterday, saying that he doesn't like the crypto or any of the miners. Um, and he says there's a cabal keeping Bitcoin above 90,000, but he doesn't like any of them. Basically doesn't trust it. So we'll see if he strikes a bottom again. But the markets should continue to see their ascent today, guys. I mean, you look at this dollar, it is still getting pretty weak right now. All right, so yeah, we're having a stellar day. I mean, a lot of the positions that we accumulated are absolutely flying here. You know, you look at SMR, guys, that stock is up 8% right now. Ripper. Absolutely beautiful to see SMR pumping. So I'm optimistic that that stock can keep going. I mean, you look at Rocket Labs too, guys. Stock is absolutely ripping to the moon here. You got Strength and Rigetti. There was an interesting partnership between Cisco guys and IBM. So Cisco and IBM announced a big data center package and development program. And what's really, really interesting about this announcement between this partnership is that I think somehow DataVolt is going to catch a little bit of that business because DataVolt has partnered with IBM. IBM has basically donated about 5,000 working hours from their professionals. So I feel like there's going to be some crumbs that drip down to DataVolt on the back of that data center partnership between Cisco and IBM just because DataVolt has partnered with IBM. So again, I mean, DataVolt's so volatile and wild. You know, it's giving you a nice back test, I think, to get long. It's probably a stock that's going to rip. You look across the board, you got crypto high computing performance stocks absolutely ripping. Iron, Cypher, Wolf is starting to get going. Then you look at some of the AI complex. I mean, Nebius, NBIS, absolutely flying. You got SMCI this morning gapping up a couple dollars. So a lot of stocks are just seeing unrelenting strength. You got MSTR, which saw a 9% down day yesterday, up about 3.82, and that's without Bitcoin even really getting going yet. What else we got? We got drone stocks. You know, this market's gonna see probably a short squeeze today. A lot of people were piled in on the short side. You know, during this dip in the market, if we look at the SPX here, during this dip in the market, I pretty much eliminated, I would say 90% of my shorts. So I'm heavily, heavily long this market. And we'll see if it can hold. We're not out of the woodwork yet, but I'm still expecting one more all-time high in this tape before we get a little bit concerned. Even LiDAR stocks are starting to catch a bid here. OUST is another one that's been beaten up to a pulp here, guys. What else do we have? Serve Robotics, Nike, that Serve is up 5%. What else? AMD, that's up 3.7. Weeble's up 5. Interestingly enough, Weeble is reporting earnings after the bell, guys. This stock needs to like pump like 50% for me. It's crazy. Like I would not be happy until Weeble rallies like 50%. But the usual suspects are ripping here, guys. I mean, Open Door up a few percent. Google again ripping up 3.48%. I mean, Google's almost stronger than NVDA today. Pretty crazy. And that was a nice short that we got on Google yesterday. And now it's sweeping that level yet again. I mean, look at that craziness in Google. Absolutely fearless price action. That's for sure. QQQ 610.73 is mind-blowingly cool. QQQ right now is up 1.8%. SPY up 1.3. IWM up 1. NVIDIA up about 4.7. Interesting. Ethereum's still lagging a little bit, so there's still a little bit of a bearish undertone in crypto. You can see ETH is still just backing and filling. And this is just because the chart pattern is super weak. But I'm expecting crypto to make some pretty solid reversals today. I think Bitcoin can pump back up to 96K today. That would not shock me. I mean, we got to watch for a little bit of a breakout out of this intraday basing formation, but it's going to be helpful that the dollar's falling here pretty sharply, guys. That is a nasty, nasty little breakdown. Natural gas, let's take a peek at nat gas here. We'll keep that S&P open too. So natural gas has inventories today. There might be a trade setup coming into nat gas. I was hoping that it was going to stay a little bit more firm into the report. I'm still interested in a shortable trade if it spikes up on inventories. Okay, so I would like to short nat gas if it spikes higher. Let's look at crude oil real quick. So WTI, crude oil still trying to bounce here back above the 7-day, but sandwiched between the 20. I mean, this is just a lot of chop and slop inside this pattern. I mean, the longer it consolidates here, you would favor at least another push to the high of the range and an attempt at a breakout. But crude is just still very, very weak. That being said, XLE still looking good. XOM, we obviously took some call options at the lows yesterday before the crude oil inventory report. And those calls are deep in the money. We trimmed half the position yesterday at this move to the upside, netting a nice little gain. We're still riding half the 117 calls for December. So we're still got time, and the trade is protected and the trade is risk free, being that it's in profit. Caleb asking, morning, do we see 675 on SPY today? I really don't know what we're gonna see on SPY today. Um, the only pattern I can tell you is that we've broken out of this little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. Let's go to the 20-minute chart. You have triggered a little inverse head and shoulder. There's a couple inverse head and shoulders, and I mean, I have an upside to 673, 674-ish, just shy of 674, so you can see we're close to there. Let me just measure this inverse here. So I mean, this inverse head and shoulders, the bigger one, it takes us to about, call it 678-ish, 678.40. I don't know if that's going to play out today. I mean, there's always a chance with the amount of bearish sentiment in the market. I think that you're going to get now increased buying and short covering. So, but I don't know. I mean, that'd be a pretty big move. I mean, right now we're up pretty nicely in the market. There will be some of those lotto profit taking. So you would expect another, well, SPY 675, another 0.5% up. I mean, there's always a chance, 0.4%. Yeah, it's not out of the realm of SPY doing that. It's certainly not out of the realm. But I think that if you're wanting to chase this market on the call side, again, the better thing to do is wait for a little mini pullback. That's at least how I would play it. But what's really, really fascinating, guys, is now that the S&P 500 is basically back above the two bearish trendline breaks. So the fact that we're back above both trend lines is pretty crazy. I mean, that's a that's a failed bearish pattern. I mean, we haven't closed yet, so there's always a chance we can go back under them today. But we'll see what happens. We shall see what happens for sure. I like to think that we're going to maintain positive price action above those areas. Just gonna grab some more coffee and then we'll keep scanning. Walmart did report earnings as well. That's a big player in the staples sector, guys. So don't sleep on Mr. Walmart. They did raise their guidance and they beat on both the top and bottom line, but they always come out with some bearish outlook saying the consumer's slowing down or the consumer's worried or this or that. Um, but yet again, they raised their targets there. All right, what else can we look at here? Where do I see a nice pullback on SPY? I mean, I think you got to watch some of these pre-market levels. So opening range low here. Let me actually just adjust that. Okay. We look at some of the key moving averages that we're now coming into on SPY. So you're above your 7 and you're above your 50. So what I would like to see today is a close above your 7-day moving average. I think that's your first big area of support, Caleb. Your 7-day moving average on SPY, which is right now 671.25. Uh, we got the project delayed. How did my environmental settlement go? We got the project delayed until June of next year. They have to do some more studies. And the city can't pass it through until the developer um, completes some additional studies. So we're in delay mode. I have a plan here. There's a couple trees that are endangered that I researched, black ash, and right now they're saplings, so they're not protected under the ESA law. But in a couple of years they will be. They have to hit a certain size. So my plan is to just get the project delayed, and then eventually, once the trees are big enough, they won't be able to develop that area because these specific trees fall under the Endangered Species Act in Ontario and Canada. So it's just all tactics. But it went well, I'd say. It went well. They were supposed to vote for the approval in December, but they can't do that because we brought up too many issues. But I mean, hey, the developer said he's open to discussing with residents ways to fix this project, aka come and grease my pockets. Our soda. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're ruthless with trees. They're ruthless with trees. I'm just gonna grab some coffee, guys, and then we'll keep analyzing some setups here. All right. I'll be right back. Wow, Spy is just a behemoth right now. Beastin'. Spy is full bull. Full bull right now. Crazy. Almost at that first TP zone. That's crazy. So I think this week, again, it's not a matter how we open, it's a matter how we close. I think this week it sets up a continuation trending for the rest of the week. I don't really see anything kind of taking the momentum out of this market, especially with that earnings report from NVIDIA. I mean, that was just crazy. I did not expect to see a number like that. I was saying yesterday, I mean, if they come in line with that huge expectation, I mean, this market has to pump. There's no freaking way this market can't pump on double-digit revenue growth from the world's largest company. And then they beat that. Like, that was insane. You bought the December 1st 685 SPY calls? Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm in QQQ 606 calls. I've got so many different longs on the table in so many different companies, whether it's Rocket Labs, Bitfarms, Meta, shorting the VIX. I got nuclear exposure, SMR. I got quantum exposure. Like I was saying, I think this week I closed like 90% of my shorts, even some at a loss, because I think we're going to get a big pump. And I still think that crypto has a lot of meat on the bone. I mean, you look at crypto and Bitcoin is barely up right now. I still think Bitcoin's going to make a surprise reversal to the upside. I mean, it's in such a heavy downtrend, very, very oversold. And for what the market is doing right now, I mean, I could easily see Bitcoin pushing back to the upside here. So, so I think names like Mara, MSTR, um, what else? The Spit Farms. I think they could see quite a bit of more upside in the overall near term. All right, let's quickly go through some of our big leaders, shakers and movers. Let's look at this EAXS. We do have a little bit more data set to take place throughout the course of the day. You got some 10-year tips auction. You got a little bit of Fed talk. You got some existing home sales data later. Wow. Look at that company. EXAS, guys. Into the end of the day yesterday. It just saw a monster rip at that 130 gap up and continuation today. I mean, look at that move. Craziness. Into a beautiful double top. You're going to sweep that double top. And that's that's beautiful. Beautiful move. Are there any gaps here? Let's see. There is a gap up here around that 108 area. 108. Hmm. Well, let's see if this changed here. This would be another thing to watch. I mean, I was quite shocked yesterday when I looked at the Fed watch tool to see the probabilities swinging for no cut. So I'm curious. They're still saying no cut majority. Honestly, I think that the Fed watch tool is mispriced, guys. This go around. Usually it's pretty accurate, but I'm saying it's mispriced. I think the sell-off that we just had was due to the fact that the market is repricing no rate cut in December. But I think we're still going to get a rate cut. I think Powell's still going to cut. Just got that feeling that this is mispriced, and if it is mispriced, we could see even more of a rally in this market, which would be pretty crazy. Yeah, we'll look at the IWM as well. All right, let's see what else we have going on here. Astera Labs, so A Lab is absolutely flying as well here in the pre-market. A Lab, A Lab, A Lab, A Lab. What are you doing, A Lab? So ALAP can probably push to 157, I would say, with the strength in the market, as long as we hold here. What else we got? Momentum Holdings, LITE. Let's look at that. Nothing really to do there. I mean, stock is just in a sweet uptrend. Crazy. Wow. Didn't even see that breakout. Boom, boom, boom. What a move. LATE. Yeah, Vol Crush before. I'm in SVIX, so I'm already short in the VIX. Well, that's one of the names that we started accumulating is SVIX, shorting VIX. So we'll see how that fares out for the rest of the week. We haven't even hit Friday yet, so. And you did have the UVXY also reverse split here. So it's now trading into the 50 zone yet again. Again, they reverse split it, and now they can sell into it yet again. All right, we also got Coherent making a nice move. Stock is ripping. Let's look at NVDA here. Again, I think everyone's going to be watching this gap fill on NVIDIA around that 199 area. We came close in the pre-market. Yeah, look at that. We almost filled it in the pre-market off that earnings pump. Crazy. How do I change this font? Pull back a little bit. I mean, I could see NVIDIA pulling back after some profit taking to this gap fill, so I think there's a couple key supports that should hold intraday. Stocks that are getting crushed here, guys. BBWI, Bed Bath and Body Works. That's an interesting one because they usually have a killer amount of Christmas sales. I know I usually have to go buy bath bombs and little stocking stuffers. So that's an interesting breakdown. I know it did report earnings, but that's an interesting dip here ahead of Christmas. You have to think that this company does really well during the seasonal period. They got a lot of those little female products. I mean, male products too, but mainly the female clientele with their bath bombs and soapies and whatever, candles. So usually that company has seasonality trends. Maybe it's a long. I don't really know what the earnings were like. Oh yeah, pretty horrific revenue. Interestingly enough, Bitcoin is still breaking down here, guys. I mean, they're selling it. You have to think that they're selling it just to get long here before the big pump. BBWI. Maybe I'll trade that this morning. But I think after the seasonality period, this stock is Probably gets a bit of a dead cat bounce. And Christmas is usually, let's look at its previous reaction period before Christmas last year. So October earnings, stock gapped up. And then so they trended it into Christmas here, this November period. Take a look at that. So stock was under pressure, kind of very the same time frame, November. And then here we go, late November, they gapped the stock up on earnings. And then they trended a little choppy period here into Christmas. And then they gapped the stock down and crushed it. So it might be a little bit of a speculative long. EBWI. All right, Pan W also reported yesterday. Again, the reason that they're falling is a one-time capex spend of about 3.5 billion, making an acquisition. So it wasn't terrible earnings. It was just once again a surprise capex spending to Wall Street, which again Wall Street doesn't like surprises. So, but it wasn't too bad. What else did we have? There was another company that I saw. It was down this morning. What was it? Let me look at my earnings here. Oh yeah, TES, NetEase. NTES, also the stock is gapping down right now off of its earnings report. You can see it's been pretty hard selling since you made that high pivot there at 159. Had a really decent pullback here. An area that I'm watching personally. Hmm. We're coming into your first fib level. Is that enough though? Previous pivot high, gap fill. I would consider it around 124-ish. 124-ish I'd consider a long on NTS. How is Bitcoin still negative all throughout this crazy, crazy price action? BTC goes back to the dark side. That's just crazy. Craziness. Yeah, percent down, that could certainly hit. That could hit another 4% down. Let's look at Zim here. Zim also reported earnings. Let me look at what its outlook is. So shipping and freight. Zim shipping is maintained at a hold by Jefferies. Zim's Q3 2025 revenue slightly beats analysts' expectations despite the 36 year-over-year decline. Adjusted EBITDA beats. Company declares 37 million dividend. Okay. Outlook. Zim raises 2025 adjusted EBITDA guidance to 2 billion to 2.2. Company increases Its EBITDA forecast is 700 to 900 mils. Zim cites geopolitical instability and fluctuating rates as market challenges. Okay. Freight rate decline. Decrease in average freight rate per TEU contributed to revenue decline. All right, nothing really there. Nothing really too concerning in that report, that's for sure. All right, who else do we have? Walmart, BTC. So we got Joy here. Bitcoin's melting here. Bitcoin almost down 1%. That's crazy. Crazy. Price action in BTC. Still getting liquidated. Hey, Stoic. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, look at BTC, guys. Still weak. Must think that this could be the last little hoorah flush. Trying to retest that 90K area. 90K. We'll see what happens. All right, let's look at this Russell 2000 here. Daily chart. What are we saying on the daily chart of the IWM? So the IWM is kind of taking a little bit of a back seat to the market today, to the Qs. Qs are obviously strong because of mega cap tech. What a 40 minutes. I need to revise my trading strategy. Put my funds into too much of that. I was unable to trade anything. Yikes, 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 yikes. Well, at least the market's up. SoFi's probably up today. What's SoFi doing? You know, SoFi trades with the market. Market's up. Yeah, SoFi's up today. It's a nice move on SoFi. So hopefully you were long. You know, it's about 3% up. So that's still a decent move. It's outperforming most things. Obviously not your semiconductors, but at least hopefully you were long. Yeah, it was a tough tape sitting through this chop, right? Sitting through this decline. You know, it's always tough picking a little bit of a bottom, but when that bottom comes in, all of a sudden it's like bang. These markets make crazy reversals, right? Insane. I mean, we did it over here. We did it over here, then they chopped us back down, and then we're doing it again. So just like that, we're ending the week potentially with a nice weekly bottoming tail. If we look at the ES, again, we haven't closed, so I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but look at that bottoming tail in the weekly chart of ES. Pretty crazy. Yeah, stop losses get rigged. They target those, right? Stop loss hunting. It's a real thing. All right, so some key levels on the Russell, guys. Again, it's not performing as well as the Qs and SPY, but it's still up 1.39%, doing well. It is showing a little bit relative weakness, being the fact that you can see, let's just tighten up the screen here. SPY is actually above its 7-day moving average in yellow here, whereas the Russell is below its 7-day moving average. So again, a little bit more relative weakness. I think that there's pretty decent resistance here on the Russell. Along with the 7-day moving average, you have a nice 382 fib retrace. So it's a pretty big level for the Russell. I mean, I don't expect it to get through this area today. Obviously, if the markets enter full squeeze mode, then maybe if the dollar starts to lose 100 and really test the lows again, which right now it's bouncing back to the positive side. But I'm not expecting the IWM to go too much farther here. I'm not expecting it to decline too much either. But again, I think the upside is fairly limited, even across the S&P and Qs here. Today's an extraordinary day, gapping up on the strength of NVIDIA. And we need to see it hold key levels. I'd like to see the S&P close above the 7-day. At worst case scenario, I'd like to see it hold the 50, which is at 669. Okay. And right now, if we were to close above these trend lines, guys, then you've had a failed bearish breakdown in the markets. What do failed bearish moves often yield? They yield big bullish reversals. So we're now at that stage where the market probably had so many people piling in on the short side. I mean, I don't know. I was hearing bubble talk. I was hearing AI bubble. I was hearing Ponzi scheme. I was hearing all sorts of weird shit on FinTwit. And just like that, one day, right? We're now negating a bearish trend. So you're going to have to get all of those shorts to cover. You're also going to have to get people now to chase because it looks like we could be getting a Santa Claus rally. Ho, ho, ho. I hope you've all been good. All right. Let me just grab my other, just got to grab my other headphone. So again, key daily chart backtest level is your 7-day on SPY. I'd like to see us hold that area. But obviously the QQQ is leading the song and dance today. So same thing with the Qs. You need to see it hold that 7-day. And what's really, really fascinating, guys, is, I did a member video regarding the SOX, and the SOX was actually the weakest indice heading into this. The SOX was already triggering that head and shoulders formation. And then you could also see it was triggering it over here too. So there were two head and shoulders formations on the SOX. You had your first mini one here that already triggered. You broke it, saved it, broke it again, confirmed the breakdown. Now we're back above that neckline. So if we can hold this neckline here on SOX, I mean, this could easily run back to the highs. Yeah, again, one thing with that caution, right? Michael Burry, I could see his point. Don't get me wrong. I could see the OpenAI Ponzi, Microsoft paying this to NVIDIA, NVIDIA paying this. I mean, I see the Ponzi scheme. I think I posted that meme in the chat that I saw on X. And, it certainly looks like a Ponzi scheme, but again, that's just the market. We got to trade what's in front of us, right? NVIDIA's earnings, they're still great. They're still great. I mean, that growth was exceptional. Whether or not, I know Dom C made a point last night on the YouTube shorty saying, "Oh, it's funny that the revenue, 30% of the revenue or something like that comes from Microsoft and I can't remember if it was Apple," he said alone. But, that's just the point. These companies are so big, so of course you're going to get most of the revenue from such a small isolated pool. But right now, Michael Burry, smart person. Obviously everyone's giving him stock because of the GFC call way back in the day. But he was early. He was super early, and it's all about time. You could be right, and still lose money. So we'll see what happens. Let me just grab my headphones. Just give me a second. option trading group, what I'm going to be doing off of the open is the QQQ calls that we took, the 606s, they're deep in the money. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell half and then just monitor the rest of the position into the end of the week with if you want to give it room to run, you could put a break even on the rest of the half from the runners, or you can put an in the money stop. But again, I'll trim half the position so I lock in some gains. But other than that, we'll see if pullbacks get bought. I think that there's a strong chance of that. I think there's a very strong chance of pullbacks. So I'll keep the I'll keep the QQQ daily chart open here, just because that is leading the charge right now, and we'll watch the S&P 500 10-minute chart. I still think that there is more upside in a lot of different stocks. You still have a lot of stocks oversold in this tape. I'm looking for crypto to start to perform. BTC is still negative. I still think Meta has more upside. I still think a lot of companies have I think quantum stocks have more upside. Nuclear stocks have more upside. Snapchat. So we'll see. Natural gas again. We might have a trading opportunity on nat gas, guys, come 10:30. Inventories. I do like trading nat gas on inventories. Lots of extra volume and volatility. Again, it's very similar to usually what the Fed day meeting does. You kind of take the reverse trade. That has paid me out numerous times over my career. Basically, either longing the dip or fading the pop. So I think either way, the nat gas chart pattern is set up for a buy the dip if it falls pretty sharply off the inventory report. And I think it's also set up for a short the pop if we sweep the highs. A lot of green on the screen though, guys. Tons of green. And again, this is tech strength today. All right, so we all know how well these tech stocks can prop up the market. Your UVXY down 9.2%. That is just filthy. Filthy. And I love it. Absolutely love it. QQQ 606 calls, because those will absolutely print this morning. I'm very curious to find out what they will be up. Again, there's going to be some individual names that I think people FOMO into, guys, off the open. That would not surprise me either. A nice little FOMO. FOMO squeeze. Top up the coffee levels. It's funny, some days you're like, oh man, today's going to be a shitty trading session when you're losing on some trades, and then some mornings you wake up, you're like, hell yeah, gonna make some money today. Today's one of those hell yeah, we're gonna make some money today days. But amazing what one day can do. And yes, thank you, NVIDIA. So again, I think the big backtest area, guys, I would like to see it hold the 7-day moving average here. You do have Bitcoin trying to make another reversal as well. And again, there's going to be a lot of action today, so I'm hoping I remember that 1030 nat gas inventories. Don't let me miss that inventory report, guys. There is a tradable opportunity in nat gas. Don't let me miss that report. You can easily get distracted when there's a lot of green shoots. Yeah, the sentiment in crypto is nasty. Which means that it's setting up for a short squeeze reversal. Kind of a. I think there is a reversal. QQQ 612. Holy moly, what a beast. But you can see we're almost at TP1 already. Yeah, spike to 100K might be pretty quick. Yep. Crypto going to bounce. I agree. Bet on Thanksgiving will reverse right back. No trading people get bored. Yep. Yep. I think you're all spot on. I think you're all spot on there. QQQ calls are $6 in the money, guys. Don't sleep on crypto, Mara, Bitfarms. I mean, these stocks can squeeze. Bitcoin is trying to make a small reversal and go positive here into the open, so don't sleep on crypto. Yep, Stoic. I'm already been accumulating BTC. A couple ways you can play it. You can in the ETFs, you can go long BITO, or you can short BITI. You can also trade Mara. You can trade MSTR, which have been pummeled. I mean, crazy. You can trade coin. You can trade Bitfarms. So I like Bitfarms for a squeeze, I think, into the end of the week. Setting up here. Okay, 2 minutes till the open here, guys. 2 minutes. Dose. Yeah, MSTR is wild. MSTR is wild for sure. Dollar is coming in a little bit here into the open, guys. Your DXY selling off slightly. I think the Dixie needs to retest the daily 200 moving average, which would add extra fuel to this fire today. So going into the report, Tesla up 2.6, Meta up 2.2, Google up 4, Apple up 0.8, Nvidia up 4.9, Microsoft up 1.2, Amazon up 1.98, IWM up 1.6. So the Russell is now outperforming the S&P 500. That's very interesting, guys. You could also get small caps starting to squeeze here. Super intriguing for sure. Let's just throw up a fib retrace from our high here to our low. See where the Qs are already trading into. So the QQQ is above your 382 fib. That is a long support, kind of with that 7-day moving average. And then I think there's a chance that we could push all the way up to this 50% retrace, which is 614. So we're sandwiched in between two key Fibonacci levels, guys, on the Qs. I would watch those closely. Here we go. Here we go. Booking profits again. I'm taking profits on QQQ 606 calls. We'll leave runners in place. Let the options volatility settle down a little bit off the open. Let's get ready to rumble. Here we go. Stocks are gapping up. S&P gapping up. Squeeze it, Qs. Squeeze it. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. You're into a little bit of a high pivot zone on SPY and Qs. A little bit of profit taking. I still expect a potential float back up here. We'll see what happens. Your dollar's still fairly weak, guys. A little bit of profit taking coming into NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now back testing the 20-day moving average. I still think that stocks can float back to the highs. Just like that. Still got a lot. Cipher mining of 14.3. Yep, Webull earnings today. You've seen insane levels of calls and puts. Insider buying CEO. Nice, 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 nice. Nvidia is still softening up a little bit here, but hitting its 20-day moving average. So Nvidia is tagging 20-day support. You have Bitcoin trying to get moving here, guys. BTC showing a little bit of strength. Dragonfly up 12%. Beautiful. VIX is ripping. Bitfarms trying to rip. SMR up 6. Rigetti up 4. Rocket Labs squeezing up almost 5%. NVIDIA's bouncing hard. Push us even higher, market. Push us higher. Squeeze us. S&P squeezing. Russell squeezing. Bitfarm trying to squeeze. Bitcoin trying to go green. Go, 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 go. Lots of high beta small cap stocks are still trying to push here. Again, SPY still holding steady. A little bit of profit taking coming into your mega cap tech. Our XOM is hitting 118, guys. XOM calls are printing yet again. The rest of the half position. Let's see if this Bitfarms can break out of this area and squeeze to the upside. There's certainly a strong backdrop for it to do so. All right, SPY still hanging in, showing resiliency. Funny enough, your IWM is actually outperforming now, guys. Your Russell 2000 is leading the charge. It's the strongest indice right now. Go figure. Dollar just collapsed and is triggering H pattern, guys, breaking to the downside on the US dollar. That should be helpful for gold, should be helpful for crypto. Go, go, go. Sensei. Pretty crazy price action. Your IWM is still outperforming. QQQ coming in a little bit, but still acting well. A little bit of profit taking off the open. I still expect a little bit more upside. Your dollar, guys, is absolutely imploding here. Look at your dollar caving. It is caving. NVIDIA is seeing some harsh selling, piercing the 20-day moving average. NVIDIA selling will open up a little bit of a piggy bank trade for small caps. XOM ripping. 118.11 on XOM, guys. Holy moly. But NVIDIA is seeing some pretty strong sell side pressure off the open. I'm expecting it will get a bit of a bounce. Walmart's now up 3%. Float us back to the highs. Give us a new high of day, QQQ. Snapchat's trying to get going now. XYZ guys block our square trade. $65 calls. Did tap in the money in the pre-market yet in the after hours yesterday. They're almost in the money. Go, go, go. Rigetti's still strong. Rocket Labs still holding strength here. QQQ still trying to bounce, getting back above 611. Crude oil is still strong. Nat gas coming in. Dollars trying to bounce a touch here. NVIDIA is still seeing a little bit of distribution. Dragonfly, guys. DPRO up 15.52%. Beautiful to see. We are long Dragonfly. Common shares, guys. That's printing to the upside. I want to see more, though. I want to see more. I'm going to be one greedy trader today. Come on, QQQ. Take us to 614. That would be wonderful to see. DataVolt now up 7.5%. Bank stocks doing well. NVIDIA recapturing the 7-day moving average. Your IWM is still kind of neck and neck with the Qs. Qs are back to outperforming now. Google pulled back a little bit, but still up 2.9%. Ethereum still negative. Bitcoin still struggling, negative. NVIDIA is still seeing a little bit of distribution here. Markets are pulling back slightly. Wow, XOM just spiked through the high of day. All right, guys, in the live day trading room, XOM, if you're wanting to trim the position yet again, not a bad area to do so. The 117 December calls, not a bad area to take another trim. Actually, the spread's too high, guys. No trim yet. We'll let that run. Spread on XOM is too high, so no trim yet. If you get that ask, I mean, that would be a wonderful, wonderful fill, but I'm just going to let it ride now. S&P, new highs. Look at that. Boom, boom. QQQ, let's see if Q's can make another high. Still got a lot of strength in the tape. Bitcoin trying to go positive here. NVIDIA back above its 20-day moving average. So NVIDIA sold off of the open, which is why the Qs took a little bit of a dip there, but you can see they've defended the gap. They've defended the 20-day. This is now the long area for NVIDIA, guys. They are defending it. So if NVIDIA can push back to the highs, and it spiked all the way up here to its earnings high, everyone's going to eye this 199 gap fill. It's going to be like a magnet. So don't be surprised. You got Bitfarms now trying to break out to the high side. You got Snapchat showing a little bit of strength off of the lows. Everything. Let's look at Tessie here. Tessie's ripping to the upside. AMD, a little bit of sell side pressure off the open. Western Digital's coming in a little bit. QQQ will flip back to there. All right, guys. I think it's safe to trim half of my QQQ calls. I'm going to trim half of my Lotto calls. Beautiful gain. Got filled at 780. 780. Trimmed half. Again, that was an option trade. Locking in some profit. Trade is risk-free. We'll let the runners run. Meta's acting very, very good today. So again, on that first trim, guys, on Qs, we locked in 106% gain. First trim on QQQ calls, and we'll see. We have till the end of the week. I think this market can still press higher. Just a little bit of profit taking off the open. We haven't even really seen the margin calls hitting yet. It's going to be a lot of people who were short NVIDIA into this report. So wait till that margin call comes in at 1 o'clock. We could see a nice little afternoon trend. That would not surprise me. I would certainly like to see that. SVIX up 7%, SMR up 4, XYZ up 3.2, Bitfarms up 7, Snap up 2.6, Rocket Labs almost up 5, Mara's up 2, Dragonfly still pushing, Datavault up 9.3, Bitcoin still struggling here, gold struggling, natural gas down 1.5, crude oil still green. AMD still pushing, Webull up 4%. What else is shaking and moving? Yes, we did, Ram. Bitcoin's still struggling a little bit. Hit that like button, guys. We were loading some bullish calls yesterday. Hopefully everyone was able to make some money off of NVIDIA earnings. I hope no one shorted NVIDIA. I was trying to sway you regarding that big revenue jump. All right, a little bit of profit taking. Again, the long support, guys, is your first fib area here, I think. on your Qs. It's aggressive. 7 and 50 crossover is a better area. But I don't suspect this market's going to tumble too much. It would kind of be surprising if they did tumble it. Again, I still think you're going to get buying, chasing, and I still think you're going to get short covering. I really think there's going to be a big squeeze in the afternoon on the back of shorts having to cover. Because what's right now, if you think about it, right, the people that shorted the market into this earnings report are still hoping and looking at their accounts right now. Please, SPY and Qs come down. Please come down. Sell off, sell off, sell off, reverse back down. Hoping, right? We've all been in that situation. And so we've all been in that situation where you're on the bad side of a trade, right? And I'm not saying, I mean, the markets could easily reverse. There's always that chance. But there's going to be a lot of people. If the markets don't reverse by probably, I would say 11 o'clock, then we should keep trending and holding the majority of the gains. You know, Qs could easily be up. So once that afternoon time frame hits and we do get short covering, if the market's holding, then yeah, we could easily keep squeezing. You could go in FOMO mode. You can go in short squeeze covering mode, margin calls. Again, most margin calls happen at that 1:30 time frame, unless you're severely underwater with your borrowing power. Look at that, S&P new high, ripping. Lots of green on the screen, guys. Lots of green on the screen. I'm the first person to short a market, but not today. Not today. You think everything melts up into the U.S. holidays? Certainly, right? I know we were talking about in the chat last night, Ukraine-Russia de-escalation, a potential ceasefire. Then you also had Trump come out and kind of faffle around or taco around the China tariffs, semiconductor tariffs. That's another positive. Then you got the stimmy checks news, you know, so Christmas rally, perhaps there is, right? I would not be surprised. Everyone who's in the alerts knows I've been unloading my shorts. I'm exposed on the downside right now. If this market were to tumble. Couple key shorts still, but most of my positions are long. All right, so QQQ up 2%, IWM in second place up 1.79, SPY up 1.69, Amazon up 1.4, Microsoft up 1, NVDA up 4, Apple up 2.31, Google up 2.888 off of the highs, Meta up 2.3, Tesla outperforming, that's up 4.65. It must be because of the fancy shoes that Elon Musk was wearing at the White House. Everyone's trying to buy up Tesla stock. Yeah, I hope so. I hope we get a continuation rally. That's what I'm positioned for, net long. So I'm certainly optimistic we can do that. Meta is testing 603. That chart, I think, has got quite a bit of upside still. Meta is trying to put in a weekly bottoming tail. Bitcoin's still struggling here, guys. Netflix down, Lilly slightly down, financials still acting well. Dollar's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. XYZ, guys, block is still a powerhouse, up 3.6. SMR's faded a little bit from the highs, still up 3.5. VIX is still getting slapped. Rocket Lab's still trying to bounce, but getting slightly sold from the highs. Tempest AI acting well. Whatever, Trade Desk still trying to push. Datavolt still ripping, guys. That's up 9%. Dragonfly still ripping, guys. SPY is still ripping. Bitcoin still hasn't joined the party yet. You have to think it's going to. You have to think it's going to join the party at some point here, guys. Archer Aviation up 4.69. ENVX. Wow, LiDAR up 11%. That stock's trying to break out. Nike's moving. LiDAR stocks are ripping here. Marijuana small bids. Look at that QQQ rip, guys. Holy moly. That is a beast. Full bull beast mode. Rip it. Absolutely rip it. Rip it. Squeeze the market. Squeeze it. Snapchat breaking above prior day high. You're getting a lot of stocks. Whoa. Got a tickle in my throat. You got a lot of stocks trying to break above prior day high. So a lot of companies are trying to join the party. FOMO party. Squeeze, 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 squeeze it, guys. Squeeze the market. I like what I'm seeing. We are net long. Rip it. Come on, keep going. Take QQQ to 614. Squeeze this market, guys. Look at the SVIX pumping here. We are long. Look at DPRO, guys. A little bit of selling off of that 50 and 20 moving average. SMR back testing, but looking like it's ready for its next leg higher. Rocket Labs trying to squeeze here. If Bitfarms can break out of its prior day high here, guys, Bitfarms could absolutely rocket to the upside here. Let me turn on the session levels here. But Bitfarms trying to squeeze through some key pre-market levels. If we go back to the regular trading hours, Bitfarm clears this 283 area. It is going to enter squeeze mode. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. A little bit of hourly chart resistance here on the QQQ. But things are still acting a-okay for now. Let's look at the hourly QQQ chart. Again, a couple confluence levels here on the Qs acting as some resistance. Bitcoin still struggling. QQQ up over 2%. Again, we already took over 106% profit on QQQ calls. And we're just letting our swing trades run. I think that I don't think there's too much of a dip going to experience in the market. How's Meta doing still? Meta is still up 2.6. Meta is trying to squeeze, guys. 605 on Meta. Look how oversold Meta is. I mean, Meta could single-handedly keep trying to push. I would like to see a little bit of intraday consolidation. Bit of a 10-minute hanging man candle there, but you got the higher close above this previous high, so that's a positive close on the Meta there. I mean, you think about the technical pattern that we triggered on the QQQ, guys. Inverted head and shoulders on your hourly chart really takes us to, if we measure this inverse head and shoulders, breakout from the neckline takes us to 620 on the QQQ. We are into a little bit of resistance here on SPY. That was TP1. TP2 lies at 678-ish. So QQQ TP1 is all the way up here. Amazing though, amazing. Meta's still trying to squeeze. NVIDIA's still defending its 7-day moving average. You bought the TQQ and didn't realize they were splitting overnight. My position is frozen now. Maybe it's a good thing. A split has occurred. No, I think you're okay. You know, you're probably going to be fine. That's a bullish call. So I suspect, I mean, you're in commons, so you're okay. That the fact that that actually makes me more bullish, Trader 586. I appreciate you sharing that, because if your TQQ is frozen on your, are your TQQ frozen on your broker? You can't actually buy or sell right now. That makes me more bullish, because people who are long TQQ can't sell. So that actually adds more fuel to the fire. That actually makes me more bullish. I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you. I had no idea. So the TQQ was frozen, guys. Trader 586 cannot sell or trim his position, which means that a whole host of other traders and investors cannot sell their position. That literally is more bullish, in my opinion. The fact that people cannot take profits is pretty crazy. Shorts are done, man. Shorts are done. All right, we got Bitfarms trying to crack that prior day high. Whoops. Come on, Bitfarms. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. BTC could be close, guys. I'm watching these crypto stocks to give us signs of potentially a bottom here. Bitcoin hasn't even joined the party yet. Come on, BTC. You know you want to join the party. Just join the party already. Come on. Don't stay so weak down here. Let's look at all these crypto computers. Wow. Qs are still holding 612 like a rock star. Party like a rock. Party like a rock star. All right, a little bit of consolidation in the markets would not be bad, but we are still holding very, very bullish structure in the overall tape, guys. Data Vault giving you an entry yesterday, guys. Look at DVLT starting to squeeze again. If you don't know the news, Data Vault I think is going to run in sympathy to the IBM and Cisco data center deal. IBM and Cisco partnered today regarding a data center build out. And if anyone knows, DataVolt's one of DataVolt's biggest partners is IBM. So I think that is running in sympathy. So DataVolt gave you a beautiful entry yesterday, and now the stock is starting to rip yet again, up 10.94%. Let's see if we can pump Dragonfly to the ceiling again. Rip it. Rip it higher, Dragonfly. We flying, guys. We flying here. A lot of positions are working in the portfolio today. Look at this. Come on, QQQ. Squeeze it to the next fib. You know you want to. Eating that EMA hourly resistance level like a hot knife through butter. Pump it. Pump it up. Got to pump it up. Do 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 do. All right, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of backing and filling here. I mean, we are up 2% on the Qs. We are up 1.75% on SPY. We are up 1.85% on IWM. Netflix is still negative. Coin is still negative. Tesla, 5%. Holy moly. What is going on here with Tessie? Tessie is mooning, but NVIDIA catching a beast of a bid off of that 7 or off of that 20 moving average. What a beast, NVIDIA. Squeezing. NVIDIA wants that magnet 199 level, guys. Again, NVIDIA is just full bull mode right now. Look at that bounce on NVIDIA. That is just filthy, eh? That is absolutely filthy. Don't sleep on Bitfarms, guys. Don't sleep on Bitfarms. We are clearing some key resistance levels. Look at this basing formation on Bitfarms, guys. It is starting to enter squeeze mode here. Volume is there. Bitcoin could be close to a bottom if Bitfarms is trying to firm up here, guys. Let's see if this double bottom high or low will hold. Come on, Bitcoin. Start to wake up and join the party. Join the squeeze mode. I would love to see you squeeze. Ethereum back above its pre-market levels here. Come on. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. We got nat gas inventories in 35 minutes. Great trading session today. How did you sleep last night, Peter, knowing that Nvidia beat? Did you sleep okay? Probably had sweet dreams. Go Bitcoin, go. Crypto stocks could join the party. Look at QQQ, new high of day, ripping. Our 606 calls, runners are absolutely flying to the high side right now, guys. Holy moly. Look at this. Trader 586, please let the group know when your TQQ becomes unfrozen. Because that could indicate a little bit more profit taking. So please let the group know when you can sell your TQQ. because that would indicate a little bit of additional profit taking in the market. Wow, guys, our calls are absolutely, this is squeeze mode. So remember, I was discussing shorts were praying and hoping that the market reversed down. Well, it doesn't look like that's happening. So shorts are getting cooked today. Cooked, cooked, cooked. That's for sure. Look at this market. Holy moly. Good to be net long, guys. Good to be net long. We were almost up 150% there on our QQQ runners. Go Bitfarms, go. Bitfarms, come on. Be up like 20%. Imagine Bitfarms went to fill that gap, that 318 gap or 316 gap. That would be crazy. Go, Bitty, go. All right, a little bit of selling in the Qs. Meta seeing a touch of sell side profit taking. Bitcoin's still trying to hold 91K. Your dollar's trying to recapture the $100 area. Your dollar's actually positive on this session and trying to firm up here. What are yields doing? 10-year yield down 0.65. 2-year yield down 0.78. Yields are still weak on the session. Dixie's still trying to bounce here. But I still think it can go lower. Come on, BTC, squeeze it. Little bit of selling coming into Meta. Data Vault now up 15% and ripping. Fly away. Bitfarms now up 9.8. Rocket Lab seeing a little bit of selling. Tempest AI up 4. Snapchat trying to get going through its prior day high. Still a lot of these smaller cap names trying to get through their PDH levels, and that sets up more aggressive buying. It might not even be until Monday morning. Really? That's crazy. 24 hours? Are you serious? No, really? I'm shocked. That makes me ultra bullish. You know how much liquidity is trapped in TQQ? Let's just look at the volume yesterday in TQQ. Look at the volume over the last couple days. If that's the case, I mean, you had 267.35 million shares traded here on Tuesday. Plus, you had another 184.26 million traded yesterday. I mean, if that's the case, and all of that liquidity can't sell, guys, this is crazy. That is crazy. See, I actually don't trade TQQ much, surprisingly. I'm usually trading the QLD, QID, but I've actually never been caught in that situation. You learn something new every day. But you think about it, you got several 100 million shares trapped, long, that can't sell. That is crazy. Shorts are going to get eaten. They're already getting eaten. I mean, that's billions trapped. Billions of dollars trapped. They can't even trim. No wonder we're melting up here. No wonder we are melting. All right, there is some resistance here, guys. I mean, we got to slow down at some point, right? At this rate, we're going to get back to new all-time highs by next week. No, we should see a little bit of profit taking here. That would not surprise me. Keep going, though. I don't mind. 10 o'clock, guys. Half an hour of trading is done and complete. Those bastards in SQQ can't sell either. Ooh. Oh, this market is manipulated, eh? The craziness in this market. SQQ. Let's see how much volume was traded in the SQQQ. Ooh, just as much volume over the last couple sessions. 56.84 million. Then you had yesterday 39. Ooh, lots of liquidity is stuck. That has to be market manipulation. We are gapping up tomorrow. Ram is making a bold prediction, gap up tomorrow, and that could be the case. I would love to see a technical 3-bar surge. 1, 2, and 3. That would be stellar. Absolutely stellar. It could happen. It could. Let's just see though. I mean, we need the session to close here. We need the session to close before we get too overzealous, but things are looking pretty solid in my opinion. I mean, I don't want to get carried away, but yeah, we're looking pretty decent, guys. Is it Thanksgiving this weekend in the States? This coming weekend? Thanksgiving? Bitcoin's still struggling. Yes, it is. Oof, yeah. They want to pump. They want to pump all the families gathering around the dinner table for Thanksgiving. Yeah, they want to pump it. Not in the USA until next week. Oh, okay. Okay. So we're talking um the weekend of the 28th, 29th, and 30th. So the last week of November. 27th? Okay, cool. Good to know. 27th. Okay. Cool. Thank you guys. Thank you. All right, Bitcoin's still negative on the tape, guys. I am shocked. I am truly, truly shocked about Bitcoin. Just horrific price action. It cannot get going here. Meta's starting to sell off a little bit. So Meta's coming in. Bitcoin's still weak. Come on, Biddy. Join the party. What are you doing, Bitcoin? I mean, come on. How dirty do you have to be, Bitcoin? Like, what is happening? Is like Japan fully invested in Bitcoin and crypto and they're just liquidating? Like, what are they doing? What are they doing? Come on, someone pump up Bitcoin. Gonna keep talking about Bitcoin until it rips. You know, the positive, guys, is that your MSTR, your Mara, your Bitfarms, they are actually outperforming. So I still think that the the high beta equity stocks that are tied to crypto are showing some signs of life today. And obviously the market is so strong, but you would have to think Bitcoin's going to firm up here and go positive. With all this bullish tech liquidity, you know, sloshing around, Bitfarms new high of day 2.89 up 11.35%. Can we get Bitfarms up 20% on the session? It is a tiny, tiny market cap stock that could squeeze. NVDA is still holding 195. Meta back under 600, seeing a little bit of sell side pressure from Zuck. Zuck. Oh my gosh, Bitcoin. Natural gas inventory still in 25 minutes. Gold still under 4,100, up about 18 bucks on the session. Your dollar trying to firm up a little bit on your DXY. A little bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape right now. Some minor selling. What else we got going on? EXAS still up 17. Tesla up 5.2. PBM, is that Petrobras? No, that's PSY. Down 22%. Cypher Mining up 14. Walmart up 6.7. Wow. Big Bear AI up 9.5. EOSE up 10. Small pullback in the market. Small pullback. Let's look at this BBWI. Bed Bath Beyond. Can we make any money on this ticker today? Buy some candles and soaps for the lady. Not yet. Not yet. Still waiting. All right, small pullback here in the market. It's actually a decent pullback. I still think that we could keep charging higher, but again, The market can't just keep going up crazy amounts. It needs to chop around, back and fill. I still think we can float back to the highs. Wow, Bitcoin's still trying to break lower here. That is insane. Just dirty dog Bitcoin. What is wrong with you, BTC? What is wrong with you? All right, hourly chart resistance is keeping the market in check for now. Meta selling off pretty sharply here, guys. Meta, meta, meta. Read all about it. So you got 4-hour chart support here on the Qs that we're trying to hold. We've already tested once, so we'll see if this 610, 17 area on the QQQ can hold. Again, SPY coming in a little bit. Everything came in a little bit. NVIDIA is still holding some bullish structure. Still trying to hold its daily chart 20 moving average on NVIDIA. Again, you don't want to see this market go up just in a straight line. You want to see it pull back, chop around, grind higher. I still think we can grind higher, but nice little pullback on Meta and some tech stocks. Again, you swept this massive green candle high, this November 14th impulse candle. You almost tagged this Fibonacci level, pretty much close enough to a 50% retrace. You look at the QQQ hourly, a ton of resistance here. Two key big moving averages. You got the hourly EMA 113, as well as the 200 hourly MA. So naturally, when you have two major moving averages off of a gap up, I mean, there's going to be some profit taking, right? So, but nothing's wrong with the charts yet, guys. Still got a lot of bullish strength. Your dollar has firmed up off the lows. Your VIX is still down sharply. Data Volt up 16.8% and squeeze in. Crazy. Russell's still outperforming, guys, on the tape. IWM acting very, very well. Small pullback in the Russell. Believe it or not, guys, the Russell 2000 could still climb today. I mean, I was thinking we were going to get stopped here. You're getting rejected off the 20-day MA on the IWM. But believe it or not, if this market wants to squeeze higher, which I think it still can, the IWM, the big area that I'm looking at is this trendline backtest. You can see this trend line on the daily chart goes all the way back to this July low, July 31st low, connecting through your breakdown pivot here in November. That's where the IWM could squeeze to today, guys. Let's just clean that up a little bit. So I'll call it 239.50. That also has that daily chart EMA 113. So the Russell could still push up about another, call it 0.5%, which would be crazy. That would put it up 2.5%, 2.6%. I mean, there's a lot of daily chart resistance here, but not a bad area. That's for sure. Look at that. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's see if we can push the Russell, guys. So it's not the daily 20 that it's hitting, it's the 4-hour 20 there. Daily chart levels, yeah, we're still above the 7, which is a positive sign. Alrighty. Back to the highs. Back to the highs. I could see us chopping in a tight range now for the rest of the day. with a slow bullish grind upside. That's kind of my bias is still a slow grind to the upside. A little bit of chop and slop wouldn't surprise me, but I think a slow, steady grind to the upside would be probably a likely scenario. I got cats on my other screen. I'm gonna watch that closely for sure. We should get some action. Yeah. All right, let's see what the inventory report is suggesting for nat gas. So, and then we'll have a little bit of a trade plan going into it. We got what, 17 minutes. So nat gas is expecting a drawdown of 12 billion. 12 billion. So we are in the drawdown phase. So they are expecting a drawdown of 12 billion. Wow, Bitcoin's still struggling, down 1.26%. Shocking. Shocking. Crazy. Just dirty. What the heck, man? BTC, are you kidding me, Bitcoin? You're just filthy. Whoops. All right, let's look at the natural gas chart here, guys. So, nat gas has rebounded off of the lows. All right, so let's remove some of these areas. Yeah, XOM is still squeezing. That's right. Yep, new high day. Thank you for that observation, guys. Energy stock still squeezing. Trimming another half of my XOM 117 calls. Again, stop loss on the rest of the quarter of the position at break even. So another 43% gain there. Again, that was called out yesterday ahead of crude oil inventory. So hopefully you guys are able to bank. Yeah, BTC waiting for a savior. I mean, it needs to do something real quick. It's struggling. So I've sold the majority of my XOM calls. Still have a quarter of the position left. But locked in a nice trim there. Another 43% gain on the 117. I am in the December 5th calls. All right, so again, natural gas, let's take a peek at that. So you're getting a little bit of profit taking in the market. I think this is still okay, guys. I still think it's very, very okay. All right, so natural gas, inventory expectations. If we look at this intraday chart, guys, they're trying to form a bit of an inverted head and shoulders on your hourly chart. So hypothetically, if we break out of this inverse, you can see the measured move takes us, it's a pretty big measured move to the upside. I mean, we're looking at over $5, 5.15, give or take. So it's pretty beast mode if nat gas does break out. That being said, I'm still inclined to short the pop if we do break out. So what I'm expecting here for natural gas, if we get a spike up, guys, into this 52-week high pivot, I would 100% short it today. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm really, really hoping for a pop up into that high pivot. So that would be about almost a 5% move into that high pivot. Okay, that would be the big shortable zone. You might get a pullback before there, but that's the big area that I'm watching. Okay, and I would go in with some pretty decent size on that gas. I would play KOLD. If you're less inclined to trade leverage, you can just do UNG, or you can trade options on UNG. But I would just trade common shares on KOLD. That's typically where my bread and butter is. You can see I've traded it quite a few times down here. But that's my expectation for a big short on that gas if we got a quick liquidity pop into that area. On the hourly chart, I mean, there may be a pullback before that zone. You may see a pullback around the 485 area. And that 485 resistance is, let me just see here. Let me just draw a channel here. So you might get a pullback in that gas if you spike to this channel. That's also an aggressive area to short. So we'll keep that on watch. And then for a long setup, if nat gas dips on the long side, I would look for this 4-hour EMA. Actually, that's pretty stretched down there. I don't think it'll dip that far. Let's see the daily chart. Yeah, I mean, this bottom of this channel looks decent for a bounce. Straight shot bounce into that area. You do have the 20-day upsloping slightly. Yeah, so that would be it. I mean, a dip down into the lower boundary channel for a scalp bounce. Quick in and out trade. And then if we popped, I would prefer this pre-market high. I mean, I might consider this 486 level, but I don't like it as much. I'd be better off with this double top 493 area. All right, so we'll watch nat gas. 10 minutes till showtime. We'll still watch that closely. Bitcoin's still trying to stabilize a little bit. Still weak. Meta's pushing back up above 602. You got their IWM ripping back to the high side here. Let's look at this QQQ chart. QQQ chart still seeing a little bit of top hook distribution. You look at the SPX, guys, back above the 20-day moving average. Oh, sorry, that's not the daily chart. Daily chart's there. You can see the SPX is closer to the 20-day than it is to the 7. You have to think that they're going to try to target that 20-day moving average. I don't know if it's today, but when you factor in this bearish pattern that's now failed, market's looking pretty constructive, I would say. XOM is still squeezing, guys. Anyone still trading XOM? I mean, well up over 50% on my rest of my runners here. Look at that. Going into gap fill. Absolute beast mode. It is in full beast mode. Wonderful trade, guys, if you caught that with us. Crazy. You got Snapchat consolidating quite nicely above its prior day high, guys. Let's throw on that. So hourly candle will be closing in a few minutes, guys. And you got a lot of stocks trying to hold above their PDH levels. You got Bitfarm still trying to hold above its PDH, prior day high. You got Meta that had a nice pullback and now bouncing, looks like it's ready for another high. NVDA is still just chopping sideways, holding that previous gap fill. Let's look at Google. Google, still a beast up here. Holy moly. And again, we are no longer short Google. We traded that yesterday, so I can remove these trend lines. Let's look at Amazon Christmas rally. Ho, ho, ho. 226, still acting well. Tesla. Yep, Tesla's still acting well. Look at DataVolt, guys. Holy moly. Ripping again. Absolutely flying. Tempest AI trying to push for another high of day. Rip it. Rip it. Go, Bitfarms, go. Come on, Bitcoin. Nice bounce in the US dollar, guys. So the market's still holding structure, even with this US dollar acting very, very well and bouncing pretty sharply. Let's look at gold. Gold a little bit weaker on the session. GDX a little bit weaker. Let's look at some of these other names. Archer Aviation, Joby, still acting well. Serve Robotics. Wow, Serve breaking out to the high of day. ENVX trying to squeeze. Big Bear AI trying to squeeze. Cool stuff, guys. Watch the SPX. Look at IWM, new high of day, baby. Watch the SPX 30-minute chart. Let's see what you're seeing, Ram. Let's go to the 30-minute. Yeah, 30-minute chart. You're trying to print a bit of a 30-minute hanging man candle on SPX. A little bit of resistance here. You're looking like you're going to sweep that high. Meta's pushing, Bitfarm pushing. Go, Bitty, go. Look at the Russell 2000, guys, surging. Russell's coming into that area that we just discussed a few moments back. Crazy. Datavolt now up 20.9%. Guys, DVLT is squeezing to the upside, baby. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Small caps leading the charge. IWM up 2.35%. Meta up 2. Tesla up 5.6. Google up 3.85. Apple up 2. NVIDIA up 3.9. Microsoft up 1.14. You've got Amazon up 1.5, QQQ up over 2%, Dow up 1.46, BTC still negative, Nat Gas still negative, inventories in 4 minutes, gold up 0.4, Dixie still green. Nasty. VIX is being slaughtered today. SVIX up 6.86. Snapchat trying to break out of a intraday 10-minute bull flag pattern. You got Bitfarms trying to break out of a 10-minute bull flag pattern. You've got the IWM just full-fledged squeeze mode. Holy moly. Look at this Russell, guys. 240. Next stop, 240 on the Russell, clearing a major high pivot area. This market is on some next level. Someone's hitting the nitrous. Dom C saying NUAI added contracts. Let's look at NUAI. Yeah, another chart pattern that looks like it's putting in the spacing formation. If it can trigger this inverse, it should absolutely fly. Daily chart, trying to recapture the 7-day moving average. Not a bad area. You would favor bullish price action, especially if the market can hold these gains, which it's looking very, very likely. Micron's still struggling, guys. MU down 2% on the session. So Micron is seeing some sell side pressure despite the market. It has a pretty big weighting in the SOXX. Now we know why the Qs and SOXX are kind of lagging a touch here. Micron seeing some sell side pressure. Interesting. That's quite interesting. Dixie getting slightly faded. Netflix still down 1%. Bitcoin still down 1%. You see her, yeah? Happy and pumped today I am, guys. We have been buying the dip in force. I mean, fuck, it was looking pretty gnarly over those last couple days. Trust me, I was a bit scared. Those patterns, those head and shoulders patterns were looking pretty nasty if they were going to trigger. But the technical chart patterns support was held. And again, the day's not closed yet, so we'll see. But that's usually the time to buy, even when you're a little bit nervous and there's blood in the water or blood in the streets. Yes, you are, Am. I know you were long too. I know you were long as well. All right. Bitfarms trying to squeeze even more now, guys. New high of day for Bitfarms, testing 291, up 12%. This is without Bitcoin even bottoming. Can they squeeze it to the gap fill? Go, Bitfarms, go. Come on, squeeze it. High beta stocks, rip it. Go, go, go. I'm in $3 calls. Rip it. Dixie slightly faded. Oh yeah, natural gas. 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you. Shit, there's just so much green you get distracted. All right, natural gas inventories are coming out here, guys. All right, I would short this pop, guys. And I would long this dip. But inventories are drawdown of minus 14 billion. That's a bigger than expected drawdown, so that supports bullish price action. We will see what happens here. So far, it's kind of a nothing burger, but a drawdown of 14 billion. Two billion cubic feet extra drawdown on the inventories, natural gas storage. So we will see this pattern might show some signs of life, guys. Let's see what these NatGas resource stocks are doing again. They've been pretty strong. Look at AR, new high of day, right off of that inventory report, breaking out to the high side. We still have long exposure to AR calls. We've taken profits on RRC in the options group. That's chart also just ripped. But we still have long exposure to the NatGas trade. So I wouldn't mind it trying to press a little bit higher, but we'll see what this report wants to do. Small pullback in the market here. Some individual stocks. Bitcoin still struggling at that 90K level. Come on, Jim Cramer. You said there's a cabal at 90K. that's defending this 90,000 level on Bitcoin. And he said he hates all these Bitcoin miners. So that's got to be something. He usually picks tops and bottoms like a champ with that whole CNBC crowd watching. And what is this show, Mad Money or something? He's actually a decent trader, guys. He just does it for the show. He's worth a whole host of money. I think he's well over 100 mil net worth. But it's all a ruse. That CNBC, his Mad Money. Most of the call outs, he's not even long. They certainly use that show as a pump and dump, though, that's for sure. All right, Nat Gas falling a little bit, still down 0.8%. Kind of a nothing burger for Nat Gas right now. Obviously, price action is still digesting that report. XOM pushing for 119. Holy moly, XOM is a beast. Tesla's a beast, up 6%. NVIDIA back up 4. Tesla's outperforming everything right now, guys. And it's interesting too, right? Did anyone hear the I think it was on FinTwit X, Elon Musk wants to partner with Apple, use the Grok AI to kind of improve the Siri platform. That would be a huge partnership for Elon. I guess it would also be a huge partnership for Apple, no question. I mean, two superpowers teaming up. That would be crazy, right? All right, natural gas dipping a little bit. Meta's still trying to curl to the upside. Bitcoin still sucking Dixie, trying to press here. 100.24. Gold seeing a little bit of selling. Yields are still down slightly. NVIDIA still holding above the 194 20-day moving average. To be successful, would Jim do the opposite of what he says? Yeah. Yeah, what he tells the general public is usually wrong, but believe it or not, inside his little trading group, he's actually not terrible. I don't follow him, but what he tells the general public to what he tells his trading group is very different. Very different. Most of the stocks that he talks about on the open market, he's not even actually trading or in a position. That's how he has the ability to actually talk about the stocks. Guys, look at our XYZ. XYZ $65 call is just printed in the money there. Boom, boom, boom. Nothing but time on that. That's crazy. What a jump on block, guys. Revenue raising their guidance. I mean, come on. Go, go, go. SPX is almost at that 20-day moving average. Can they push the S&P to the 20-day moving average today? That would imply roughly from here, still another, call it 0.32% move, 2159 on the SPX. That would be crazy, guys. Market is still in full bull mode. SPY 20 days at 676.57. Holy moly. This market is a machine. Bitcoin hasn't even started to participate yet, guys. Look at Walmart in the December calls. What a move. Yeah, so Urgy, you're making money on Walmart. I saw it dipped and now it's pumping. Nice play, man. Nice play. Good stuff, Urgy. Beautiful play there. Urjit's making money in Walmart in the December calls for Walmart. Nicely done. What a move for sure. So you got a lot of companies, right? You got Staples rallying, you got Tech rallying. Let me look at the sectors. I haven't even looked at the sectors here. Yeah, every sector is green. Healthcare is lagging a little bit, but XLK outperforming, obviously. XLY outperforming. Communications are starting to rip. So you're getting a lot of participation from the entire market. You can see XLK back above its point of control. Communication stocks are still trying to trend and get through that big reversal area. You got healthcare that could try to participate here, just consolidating. Let's look at UNH. UNH right now, United Health is still under a lot of pressure, so this market could easily go back to the highs, guys. We are still surging. S&P 500. Next stop is the top of this channel, guys. This is insane. Melt up. It's a melt up. It's a melt up. Bitfarms, new high of day. Meta trying to push. Bitcoin, 10-minute bottoming tail on BTC, guys. I remember you said wants to buy NKLA when it traded to 80. Let's look at NKLA. Whoops. Oh my goodness, are you serious? Jeez. That's dirty. That's dirty. Think about Black Friday sales next week. Walmart is a good call. Yeah, Walmart's a great call. Walmart's a great call. Absolutely. Your Russell 2000 still ripping, guys. But this SPX now is trying to push here. Look at this move. So the market is still trying again. If Bitcoin can now start to firm up and build off of this 10-minute reversal, guys, a little bit of a 10-minute hammer candle on Bitcoin. Excuse me, that would add additional fuel to the fire. Yeah, Arjit saying Walmart and Amazon always perform into Christmas. Yep, good call out for sure. Let's see what MSTR is doing. Trying to firm up. Coinbase. Coinbase is barely positive on the session, but if Bitcoin can reverse here, these stocks will start to show. Mara trying to break out to the high of day. Bitfarms looks like it's trying to squeeze here, guys. Nice breakout into the highs of the session. Squeeze it. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. SPY is still trending. A little bit of resistance on the Russell 2000, but holding quite steady. Holding very, very steady. NVDA is still holding above 194 like a rock star. Oh, what's Webull doing? Webull better gap up on its earnings, I swear. Better. Webull still 4.7%. Okay. Think it'll get to 9 and then drop? Is that Webull? Is that what you're thinking? NVIDIA trying to lose its 20-day again. Your dollar is still trying to hold steady and bounce here. It's back to the positive side. Bitcoin still struggling. Crazy. You bought it the lows to see if it recovers? Yeah, hopefully it does, man. Hopefully it does. I want to see a gap up like 20-30%. And then I would start to get a little bit happier. But Webull is just crazy. Dollar's still trying to push higher here, guys. Your DXY acting very, very well. IWM is still outperforming, guys, but it's neck and neck with the QQQ. IWM up to 2.3, Qs are up 2.27, SPY up 1.88%. You can see the SPX is still trying to gun for that 20-day moving average. IWM 20-day is much, much extended to the downside. You can see we're coming into that previous little trend line breakdown zone. So big area. Let's look at the QQQ chart again. QQQ also gunning higher, coming into that 50% Fibonacci retrace zone. Remember, the Qs got rejected slightly off of that zone, but ended up pushing and trying to close yet again with another hourly high. Crazy session. Netflix is trying to turn green. Crazy. Bitfarms now up 13%, guys. Bitfarms, squeeze it. Bitfarms is just quietly creeping, guys. Quietly creeping. Again, I keep harping on this. Bitcoin hasn't even started to move yet, and look at Bitfarms just going. You know, we've been discussing it. Literally, I've been discussing Bitfarms pretty much every 10 minutes. And look at that. Since the open, Bitfarms is now trending up 7.24%. Since we've been talking about it intraday, I'm already long with members. It's a member trade. And you have to think, right? Where's Bitfarm going, guys? Looks like it wants this gap fill. Don't sleep on Bitfarms. I would suspect that it has a gap up tomorrow, especially if Bitcoin can find a little bit of a bottom here. I mean, come on. You know, Bitfarms gaps up tomorrow another 6-7%. That's easily within its wheelhouse. Easily. So one of the reasons the market is selling a little bit here, again, we're extended. The dollar has rebounded quite nicely here, guys, off of the lows. Very, very strong rally. But we look at the 4-hour candle formation on the Dixie. Again, this 4-hour candle closes in 9 minutes. So this is a hanging man candle. 4-hour potential hanging man candle is forming on the DXY. Usually a 4-hour hanging man candle results in more downside, okay? So although the dollar's had a strong bounce and they're going to get people bared up in the market because we're extended and the dollar's rebounding and yields are trying to firm up and the VIX is trying to curl, this is actually a 4-hour bearish candle forming on the US dollar, okay? So granted, the markets are extended intraday and could use a little bit of backing and filling. I still think we're okay. I don't see a big sell-off coming into the session today. I really, really don't. Okay. You look at the UVXY, and of course it's getting a small bounce here. You're testing your previous little breakout zone, but it's still looking pretty bearish. You might try to make a bounce back up to kind of this 54.50 area, but I don't expect it going too much higher. Bitcoin still sucks. What else is new? Trader 506, Nat Gas is moving. Yeah, Nat Gas has gone back to the positive side here. So it is trying to make a little bit of a peekaboo breakout here. Definitely acting a little bit better in the overall near term. NVDA softening a little bit. NVIDIA's trying to lose its 20-day moving average. Snapchat has softened up quite a bit here. It looks like Meta's forming a bit of a bullish 5-10 minute potential inverse head and shoulders. So Meta's intraday chart pattern is not looking too bad, guys. It looks like Meta might want to make another move for a breakout into high a day. That would not surprise me to see this potential bullish formation breakout. So again, if this were to play out, you're looking at a move into the 611, 610 zone on Meta. So again, you want to see backing and filling profit taking in the market. I still think that there's going to be an afternoon trending grind higher. That's just the way it's setting up. Bitcoin still sucks. Oh my goodness, Bitcoin just cannot firm up here. Just nasty. You can see that the Qs are starting to see a little bit of selling off of, again, another hourly chart resistance, that 200 MA, 50% fib retrace area. So it's a big resistance zone. Gonna take a bit of a lunch break. I will see you guys in a little bit. If anything crazy happens, I'll jump on. But again, I'm not really bearish at all today. So a little bit of selling is healthy. Profit taking, scalping. Don't expect the range to be pretty big today. I think we're gonna have a tight range and just quietly grind. But anything can happen. Just keep your wits about you. And good stuff if you were long and made money today, guys. Good stuff. Oh my goodness, what happened to the markets here, guys? Literally step away for basically an hour and a half and we just turned red? What the hell did you guys do? That is crazy. Oh my God, what a filthy reversal down. That is disgusting. Oh my goodness. What the hell? What a gap and crack. I mean, that's insane. This is why they say it's not a matter how they open, it's a matter how they close, and we are looking downright dirty. I mean, we need to get back above the 660, 6650 on SPX. Well, we're in trouble here. We need to recapture this point of control on SPX. Oh my God, what a crazy, crazy decline. Holy snap. No, I'm not selling everything. I mean, I still got some positions up. I still got Block, Bitfarms, Statable, DPRO. There's still some green out there, but damn, they did it dirty. Quantum got wrecked. I'm just looking at the broad market here. My goodness gracious me. All right, so we still got staples, real estate, utilities, consumer discretionary, green, tech, industrials, financials, communicate. All your big sectors gave it up. I would still think there's going to be bound. I don't know what the hell. There must be some sort of mass liquidation happening in the crypto market. I think that's spilling over, contagion effect here. So maybe the Japan carry trade is something that could be playing out here where Japan is liquidating and selling US denominated debt, which basically includes anything from stocks to crypto to bonds. This JPY10 is just mooning here. Let's look at the Dixie. Dixie really didn't spike there. That's a little interesting. It's still staying somewhat in a tight range, but oh my God. That's crazy. Still, you're still holding above your prior day low, but wow. Now the only positive that I can see, and it's a small positive, is that maybe there's a bigger inverted head and shoulders building, but you would need to start bouncing it. You don't want to lose this consolidation range or prior day low. You lose prior day low and this could get really ugly. Bitcoin down 4.36%, slapped. Absolutely slapped. Holy moly. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Was there news, guys? Yeah, I stepped away for about 60 minutes and did not expect to come back to this. What was there news, guys? Is this a news sell-off? Anyone? I was away, so I'm not really too sure if there was any headlines that came out. Let me look here across the board. That was just disgusting. Rate cut hopes dim. Yeah, we know that. I mean, nothing really changed with the yields here. Still have really the same rate cut expectations. Dash Keller saying I just had the best day of trading with puts. Nice job. Glad you made money. I got pretty much wrecked on a lot of my longs. Still got a few things. I mean, I'm glad I took a little bit of profits on my Q calls, but jeez, I did not expect that, guys. I mean, maybe we are heading into a bit of a bear market here. We are certainly back below that neckline, so that head and shoulders is now in full effect here. It's definitely viable here. Not a good reaction. I mean, NVDA, yeah, NVIDIA went negative. Pretty much everything did. Apple, Google, Tesla are your only green stocks, but banks went negative. QQQ went from outperforming now to underperforming. Crazy. I'm gonna try some SPY lotto calls. I'm gonna try 662s, maybe even 663 zeros here. I think that you could get a snapback bounce here. Wow, they're still priced heavy here. They're pretty expensive. They're pretty expensive, the calls, so. Crude oil, yeah, crude oil got hit pretty hard too. So, was there really no news, guys? Like, does anyone have any news? Because that was crazy. Welcome, welcome, Dash. Thank you for the support. Your dollar's creeping up. Again, your VIX ended up massively rallying there. NVIDIA gave up its entire rally. The amount of the range today is incredible. Up 2%, down 2.4. Super impressive. I mean, that's over 4% trading range today. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, that's for sure. Yeah, the calls are expensive right now. The 0 DTEs, guys. I'm looking at these 663s and they're still over $2. Just shows you we have a lot of time left in the day. And now the volume has thinned out a little bit. Well, it should thin out. It's still pretty thick down here, but it should thin out here. I mean, what are we, 12 o'clock and we're trading. Let me look at this SPY chart, see how much volume this is. 64 million, so double that. Yeah, we're going to have a high volume day today. It'll be like 130, 140 million shares today on the main indices. That's pretty thick. That is thick, guys. Wow. Gosh. So I was wrong this morning. I really thought we were going to chop and grind higher. I mean, the fact that they just imploded that market, wow. Anyone who was short, living to fight another day. Hmm. See if SPY wants to firm up here. All right, guys, one more sweep of the low, and I'm going to look at 663 SPY calls, 0 DTE. I'm going to keep a tight stop loss in case they want to keep flushing, but if we pierce the low here, I'm going to enter some 663 0 DTE calls here. One more little sweep of the low, and I'll take a stab at the long side here. Getting pretty close here. All right, there's new lows. There's new lows. All right, I just took a fill off that prior day low, guys. I'm filled. High risk. We were trading SPY for a little bit of a dead cat bounce. We'll see if we get it. They're still trying to pierce through that prior day low. S&P 500 is breaking structure here. We're still seeing what a nasty little gap and crack on the indices today. Nasty little shakeout there. Sweeping the lows. Piercing prior day low, adding additional bearish sentiment. NVDA is still selling. S&P is trying to defend that area. Hard selling in the tape, guys. Really, really hard selling in this tape today. That was a full-on gap and crack. Wow, I can't believe the markets just imploded like that. There must be some sort of fun defaulting. Maybe the Japanese yen carry trade. I don't know what is happening. If there's no news on this, so it's quite surprising. You know, NVIDIA earnings were still really good, but for it to reverse like that, damn. That's quite a bit of a shock to me. Again, we'll see where the day wants to close, but so far, not looking good. We are still seeing heavy sell side pressure in the tape here. At 5K so far. All right, a decent bounce here in the market. Decent bounce. This is a big area for the markets, guys. Big, big zone. And you lose this and it's good night. Oh my goodness. Bitcoin's still ridiculous. Even gold is selling, guys. So pretty much everything is selling pretty precipitously. Still got Bitfarms up 5. XYZ block, that's up 2.3. Datavolt DPRO, that's still green. Semiconductors really, really shit the bed. I mean, phenomenal, phenomenal downside price there. Yeah, if we don't start to do something very soon here, this market's gonna go crazy. I mean, the VIX is exploding here. VIX is at 2752, up 16.36%. That is just crazy. Yeah, VIX is moving hard for sure. VIX is moving hard. We are testing a major, major area here in the markets, and they're still trying to press it through it. People are exiting stage left here, guys. Looks like there's no Santa Claus rally as of now. Holy moly, look at the selling in this tape. 2 hours just eradicated pretty much any sort of bullish sentiment. The head and shoulders pattern, guys, is ridiculous right now. Absolutely ridiculous on the SPY chart, coming into that neckline zone. Still seeing more selling. Semiconductors are still imploding here, guys. VIX is approaching a bit of a double top here. Crazy. Micron down 8.91%. AMD getting smoked. NVDA bearish reversal. Jeez. Insane. Bitcoin still tumbling 86K. Rocket Labs got dusted. Your VIX is still trying to climb here. No bid in sight yet. QQQ went from outperforming to underperforming in the blink of an eye. Yeah, it's a definitely a holy fuck day. That's for sure. That is for sure. Come on, give us a little bit of a bounce here. I mean, to think the S&P gap is all the way back up here at 66.40. Congrats if you caught the short there. You made money. Damn, I stepped away at the wrong time. Candles like this, guys, and reversals like this that literally will shake people to the core and get them to liquidate everything. Sea of red out there across most names. SPY new lows. Everyone is exiting stage left. So again, I'm going to ask the group, did anyone see any news? Like, did Russia and Ukraine, did Trump say something? Did China? I mean, the sell-off is on no news? Finding that hard to believe. I've done a little bit of a scan here, but nothing that I'm really seeing other than some rate cut expectations changing, which really that shouldn't be it, I don't think. I mean, unemployment upticks shouldn't be that. We'll see. Yeah, BTC is just shitting itself right now. Maybe there was just too much bullish liquidity, and maybe people were caught up. Maybe the institutions were caught off guard and underpositioned. Again, NVIDIA's report was still really, really good, guys. I mean, I stand by that comment. I did a really solid review of it, and it was astounding no matter what way you look at it. So All right, getting a little bit of a technical bounce here. Come on. Let's get a big bounce here. If we can recapture that prior day low, that would be a start. We've done a huge sweep on the hourly candle. Still got 7 minutes left in this hourly candle. VIX seeing some slight sell side pressure. Bitcoin at 87K new lows for BTC today. Getting absolutely liquidated. What else we got going on? NVDA down 1.45. You French fried instead of pizza. All right, let's see if SPX can get back above PDL. 7 minutes left in that hourly candle. Come on. Perk it back up. Give us a little bit of a facelift. That's a sell and a half. Come on. Recover some of this. Look at that sell program, guys. Like, oh my gosh, look how tight that range is. Someone got liquidated today. I don't know what happened, but a big fund got liquidated. Like, when you see a range like this, like we're on the 2-minute SPY chart, like look how tight that range is. That you don't see that often. You know, when there's basically no bounce, someone, I don't know, someone big got liquidated. We'll probably hear about it today. Something, but there's definitely some news, maybe some Japanese investment hedge fund or some big fund. I don't know what happened, but you don't typically see a range that tight on SPY unless some sort of big fund is having to do a fire sale of basically everything. Everything. All right, let's see if we can get this bounce still. I'm still writing 663 zeros, DTE. SPX is back above prior day low. Yeah, no, this is more than algos. This is this looks like an institution, a big hedge fund getting pummeled. Maybe even some contagion. Like that looks like a fire sale. You know, when you see tight ranges like this, and you don't see it often in SPY this tight, it's a fund literally executing a sell side program of basically all their holdings. That's huge. You know, massive, 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 massive. VIX taking a little bit of a breather. NVIDIA is still trying to hold above its prior day low. SPY is still very weak though. Bitfarms is trying to hold. Crude oil went negative, nat gas went negative, gold's down, yields down, all indices down. Google's still green, but close to going red. Geez, JP Morgan got pummeled. Yeah, I see there's a monthly trend line there, Ajit. I do see that on Bitcoin. It's crazy. All right, we're getting another wave of selling here. Another wave of sell side pressure in SPY. 4 minutes and this hourly candle closes. 4 minutes. Bitcoin under 87. QQQ down 1%. IWM down half. SPY down half. Not all sectors are red, and I still have some green on the screen, guys. You know, so this is mainly semiconductors getting wrecked. Yeah, we're trying to bottom out here. Yeah, this is a big level. I mean, an hourly candle close. Let's see if we can get that close above prior day low. If they can close us positive on this hourly candle above this PDL, this could just be one big liquidity sweep, and we could have a pretty big bounce back up. You know, it wouldn't surprise me to see the S&P try to go back to gap fill. We are trying to level out here just a touch. Well, that's no joke, that gap and crack. That is no joke. That's for sure. VIX is coming in a little bit here, guys. All right, we're so far back above SPX prior day low, just barely, sitting right on an hourly candle. 1 minute left in the hourly candle. NVIDIA trying to stabilize. S&P still heavy here, guys. Bitcoin still sucking. Georgiana posting a VIX chart, approaching capitulation on VIX. Yeah, I mean, VIX has had a crazy move to the upside. Absolutely crazy. All right, SPX got a bearish hourly close below prior day low, but they are trying to perk it up a little bit here. Yeah, trust me, I lost quite a bit of gains right now on that decline too. It was nasty. We're basically back to the drawing board, down at the lows here. SPX now having to do a lot of work to try to firm up, but so far, not a good candle. Again, we haven't closed the session, so it's a matter where they close the market that will give us more. But so far intraday, I mean, bears have slapped it right back underneath that head and shoulders neckline. So now we still got to watch for potentially bearish price action. That being said, markets are still technically at a support level, but it's been a nasty, nasty, nasty decline. Gapping and cracking. Not just a minor gap and crack, we're talking about a vicious gap and crack. Vicious, 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 vicious. I still don't know why this drop occurred. You know, based off of the tight sell program, someone got liquidated, but margin called, maybe. Unless someone can tell me if there was news. The cook lady did it to target Trump, the Fed talk. Again, what's really interesting is the Fed watch tool is telling us that there's no rate cut in December, but that's kind of was already known by the market. So I still, maybe we just haven't seen the news, but we should have seen something for a drop like this. Your VIX is trying to creep up a little bit. Bitcoin's still selling. Maybe some sort of a fund blew up. Maybe it's a crypto fund. Maybe some position where we might hear about it later that some fund went under. Could be over leveraged and I don't know, something. And having to get liquidated. Crypto just keeps going lower. Maybe it's some sort of a crypto contagion effect because Bitcoin just has no bid in it right now. No bid. I'll double up my call position if we take out this low here and it's 656.53. I'll add to my calls, my zeros. I still think we can get a snap bounce, but it's taking quite a long time. What is TME hitting? Getting an alert on 10-cent music. Let's see that. Wow, that's been bludgeoned too. China stocks underwater. TME new low, taking out its earnings low. That's crazy. JD. JD almost into that weekly gap fill. That's also crazy. Wow. Hmm. Micron down 9% today, guys. Crazy. AMD. Maybe the Japanese carry trade guys is playing out. Maybe funds in Japan just sold into the strength and now they're going to buy their own bonds to kind of suppress their own yield curve. I mean, we look at that JP10Y and maybe Japanese funds are liquidating to kind of suppress their yields. Maybe they're going to buy their yields since they're now earning a little bit. All right, guys, I just added another 3 contracts to my 663 SPY calls. Again, this is aggressive. I only have 6 contracts total. This market's in trouble right now. It's super in trouble. Goodness gracious me. Look at that, busting through that low pivot down there. Holy moly. I mean, everyone's going to be eyeing up that gap fill. On your SPY. If they take us down there today, that would be one epic bullish trap. I mean, that is just downright dirty. Major support on SPY is down here, really. Gap fill. All I can say is a lot of stocks are cheaper again. A little bit of a bounce starting. Pretty decent. Yeah, this is a big level for your S&P, guys. It's massive. Massive. You take out these lows again, and we have a massive head and shoulders on SPX. But you want to give support the benefit of the doubt, right? But we could easily just have a dead cat bounce, and then they sell us later on, or maybe they defend this low. I still think that there's a shot they defend this low and still push us higher, but I was not expecting that gap and crack. That's for sure. I don't think a lot of people were. Your dollar's trying to climb a little bit now. Gold is still selling. Yields are selling, which means bonds are being bought up. All equities are still under a lot of pressure here. A lot of pressure. There's still some pockets of strength, guys. Names like Dragonfly DPRO holding up a little bit. Datavolt's still green. Ticker XYZ block, that's still green. Bitfarms is still green. So they haven't fully sold everything here. Some LiDAR stocks are still green. Webull is barely green. That's pretty funny. Google's still green. Oh my God. Oh my goodness gracious me. Come on, just give us an epic bounce here. You've annihilated people. I'm just glad I didn't chase up here. I can only imagine if you're one of the, I hate to say it, but if you're a bag holder or a sucker that chased price action up here, oh my goodness, you got wrecked. Because I know I've lost quite a bit of money on my swing trade positions just from this move, and I was accumulating down here. So if people chase this price, oh, I feel bad for you. I feel so bad. That's crazy. I could only imagine how much money people have lost if they were trying to buy, everything up here. But you look at some of the stocks, I mean, oof, crazy, crazy. Now things are much cheaper again. Down here, double bottom. That's you. Oh, you know, it's 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 nasty. It's nasty. But again, did anyone see any headlines other than a little bit of Fed talk? There was nothing, right? Right. Fear and greed index, that's probably sub in single digits again. Yeah, it's still. So what's interesting, guys, is with this decline now, yields have also fallen off of a cliff. So I think that the rate curve is going to have to readjust here. And if yields keep falling, then that's going to likely give the Fed the backdrop to cut again. Wow. S&P going lower, guys. We are still trucking to the downside. Still seeing heavy sell side pressure. Bitcoin's trying to find a little bit of a bottom. NVIDIA's trying to find a little bit of a bottom. The VIX is curling down slightly. NVIDIA's still trying to bounce off a prior day low. BTC needs a hero, aka Carpet Master. Yeah, it's getting stretched down here for sure. Every dip is still, or sorry, every pop is still being sold into. Crazy, crazy day. Still seeing heavy liquidation. NVIDIA trying to hold its prior day low. VIX is still super elevated. Bitcoin trying to bottom. What else we got going on? You got Hero Skill in the background right now. Nat gas negative, crude oil negative, Bitcoin down 4.7, SPY down 0.84, Qs are down 1.36, IWM down 0.88. VIX seeing a little bit of selling here. A lot of volume traded today, guys, in the indices. You're going to have a ton of volume. This is a big, big distribution day that has now occurred. We're already trading 85.79 million today. Huge volume. Absolutely massive. Seeing the VIX softening just a touch here, guys. S&P trying to find a little bit of a local bottom here. You can see you are hitting a really big area on your daily chart, back testing major pivot support. Back testing this previous little parallel channel, your symmetrical move. Built up a little bit, trying to get a bit of a dead cap bounce. Still have a little bit of strength in Bitfarms, XYZ, Datable, DPRO, OKE. Semiconductors are still seeing some a little bit of buy side pressure now with the sell off. Getting a little bit of an uptick here. If we can recapture prior day low here, you should see a pretty decent sized continuation push here. Again, prior day low is somewhat being tested here. Let's look at SPY, pre-market. You can see SPY pre-market lows all the way at 668. Crazy. NVIDIA is seeing some bullish liquidity. It's trying to bounce pretty sharply right now. Itself through this prior day low. Qs are also approaching their prior day low, so big area. You have the VIX now falling pretty sharply, guys, so seeing a little bit of accumulation under the hood again. $3K gains to $5K losses. Well, the day's not over. We'll see if they can give it a facelift. The day is not over, guys. I mean, the action that we've had today is like 3 trading sessions in one. It's crazy. Absolutely insane. This is not something you see. This was a huge deviation from the mean intraday. A very big deviation from the mean. Come on, if we can hold this prior day, we can still push a little bit more. Come on, pop us a little bit higher. Still seeing some grinding higher here. VIX is starting to sell pretty sharply. We're still trying to firm up here, guys, so not a bad thing. Still trying to see a nice reversal, guys. Really solid. Nice reversal starting to continue, guys. We're starting to see some more buy side pressure. Look at the push. We're still trying to push higher. Look at the coming back up again. It's a matter where we close here, guys. Come on, squeeze this back up. This is crazy. They get people. Yeah, the VIX is getting crushed now, guys. This is insane. This volatility. Welcome to the casino house. I mean, insane. Our calls are ripping now. If they take this market back up, this would be insane, guys. I mean, we got a lot of work to do, but SPY is still negative, but we are showing a little bit of strength here. Come on. This is ridiculous, man. I'm telling you. This market is something else some days, man. You recovered half your losses. Well, if you want to take some profits on the 663s, I'm going to keep pressing them. I think we could retest point of control here on SPY. I don't know what that was. That was shenanigans in the market. I mean, like I said, still a pretty nasty sell, but we'll see what happens here. Yeah, 1,000 points up and down like a yo-yo is right. It's crazy, right? Absolutely insane. You're still getting buy side pressure, guys. Look at our calls. They are ripping now, guys. SPY calls. All right, I'm going to trim half of my SPY calls here, guys. My 663 SPY calls, trimming half of them, locking in some gains here, guys. $1.76 trim. Nice gain there, guys. Protect the trade. I've still got runners. That was a good bounce. Really solid bounce. VIX is getting absolutely slapped. So it does seem like this was a fake pump and then a fake dump. What the hell? This is insane, man. These points that they do in this market is wild, man. Just wild. I'm telling you. It's insane. Let's see if Bitfarms can make another high of day, guys. Go Bitfarms, go. Squeeze it to another high of day. This is ridiculous, this price action. I mean, can't make this shit up, can you? I mean, they could easily chop us down to the lows, but it looks like we're trying to get defended here. It's only going to get crazier. Yep. Yep. So it's clear, guys, that this area down here on SPX is one big freaking accumulation zone. You know, the market's maybe just ready to chop in a range for a couple weeks. But it's clear that whenever we hit this area, they've defended it here in September, they defended it here in October, and they've now defended here in November. So 3 months in a row, they've defended this same lower boundary area. So it's going to be interesting to see if they keep defending that. There's certainly a chance of that. A little bit of selling right now, hitting the tape. Again, we at least pulled some profits there, but believe it or not, you know, with the VIX dying here, getting crushed, I still think we can push up here. Yeah, the more times we hit a level, the weaker it gets, but still holding some structure here. Who the heck knows? Yeah, who the heck knows? I'm honestly contemplating building into some SPY swing trade calls. I already have enough long exposure, but tempting. Tempting for sure. My only concern is we still have that bear pattern. We still have a little bit of a bear pattern. Still a heavy, heavy down day on your markets today, guys. Very heavy. 11 minutes left in this hourly candle. The bulls want to see us hold above that prior day low. You can see that the sell side pressure is still pretty intense. So a little bit of profit taking here on your SPY intraday 1 minute chart. Have had a nice bounce off of the lows. Let's see what type of reaction we can get. You can see on your 3 minute chart you've hit a little bit of a volume shelf, point of control, which is why you're selling off here a little bit. The SPY pattern is still trying to hold above prior day low. That is a positive, very positive. So you got a 10-minute close above and a confirmed 10-minute close. So the next time frame you want to see is your hourly chart. If we can kind of consolidate on the hourly chart above prior day low, then we are technically holding a massive support area for the indices. All right. Still not a nice day to see this happen, but I believe that the markets can still try to firm up off of this area, um, as we are technically still at support. Even though this is horrific, we're still technically at a massive support level, but you really don't want to see the markets close below this PDL today. That's kind of the line in the sand, I would say. Um, Intraday VIX is being faded. NVDA still holding its prior day low. Google still green. Tesla's still holding green price action. Financials are trying to firm up here a little bit. It's not a full broad-based sell-off just yet in the market. You still have staples, real estate, and utilities green. VIX right now is at a key level because you are testing your prior day high. So you can see how it's a battleground between the bulls and the bears. Prior day low on SPY, prior day high on VIX. We'll see which battleground wants to win at this point. But again, it is VIXpiration tomorrow, so we'll see what happens. But crazy day for sure, guys. Insane. You know, there's still pockets of strength in certain sectors. But mainly your semiconductors got absolutely smoked. Walmart's still holding resiliency. That's near the highs of its sessions. That hasn't really given up any of its gains. So kudos to Walmart traders. Absolutely brilliant price action. Let's look at Costco real quick. Costco is holding up okay. Let's look at the IWM. Did the IWM take out its low? So the IWM did sweep its low, but they're trying to defend it in the very short term. Also another big support level for the Russell. Very, very big support level. Still seeing the VIX trying to creep up here. Hourly candle on XPX closes in 4 minutes and 50 seconds. We'll see what happens. Oh my goodness gracious me, eh? Still a crazy day. Swings your emotions, eh? Emotional roller coaster of a day. You know, what's interesting is still you have some of these, stocks that are still holding, like XYZ, still holding quite steady. Dragonfly, although it's pulled in from the highs, it's still up double, what is it, 5%. You look at Datavolt, that's still holding up 13.75. Let's look at IBM here. IBM is still trying to hold green. How's Dell doing? Dell is basically also trying to hold green. Cisco has pulled back quite nicely, but still above its gap there. We'll see what happens. SPX. Apple is trying to go green. Google still holding steady. Bitcoin trying to see another wave of sell side pressure here. VIX is creeping up again, guys. What's Meta doing? Meta's still trying to bounce here and go back to the green side. S&P right at an inflection point here, guys. Holding that prior day. We'll also get a 4-hour candle close in the next 3 minutes. So we get an hourly and a 4-hour candle. So big, big close here for the market in a few minutes, guys. As we approach that 1:30 time frame. Your dollar kind of still holding strength above 100, but kind of creating a little bit of a wedge pattern. VIX is trying to get above its prior day high right now. There we go. They're melting SPY here. Couple minutes till the candle close. Bitcoin selling off again. You need to finance a hair transplant if this keeps going soon. Yeah, I know. I know it's crazy, eh? Wild, wild west out here, guys. It's wild, wild west. That's for sure. Our markets are seeing a little bit more selling. So if there is a positive in the session, you got a 4 hour close above your prior day low, but they are trying to melt it again off of this retest. Not an easy tape to trade, guys. Not an easy tape to trade. Bitcoin continuously selling. I still think there's some sort of a fund getting liquidated. I mean, I don't know. It's pretty crazy to think this is happening with no real news. S&P 500 is still seeing some selling. VIX is trying to spike. Bitcoin curling down. Megacap is selling off some more. NVDA is seeing some more distribution. Your dollar is softening here, guys, so that could help the markets. Your Dixie coming in a little bit. You could retest the lows here on SPY, the way it's shaping up. VIX is still trying to creep. Looks like they might try to sweep the low here, guys, and that could be a really good entry for another scalp long. All right. So if they sweep the lows, it could be a nice entry for a scalp long. They're melting the market a little bit lower here, continuously falling. Bitcoin selling, VIX is still climbing. Looks like they want that sweep of the low, guys. Still looks like we want to make one more low here on SPY, guys. So there's definitely a lot of support, but it looks like they're going to try to stop loss hunt these this little bullish bounce here. VIX is still creeping, guys. Bitcoin's still weak, looking like they want to take the lows out here. They're trickling us down. So the VIX is just off of its highs, whereas the markets are at their lows here. Quite interesting. Look at that hourly volume. Volume today is huge, guys. Huge today. Big bearish breakdown. Being breached, guys. Lows are being breached here. So far, there's no bid in sight. There's the sweep of the lows. Swept the lows, guys. See if they run it back up or if they take us into this massive bear pivot from October 10th. Here's the luxury. NVDA is still breaking down. Nasty. Free falling, creating new lows on the S&P. New lows. VIX is still trying to climb. You have Bitcoin making new lows as well. NVDA trying to sweep the lows. Your QQQ is almost down 2% from up over 2% to now almost down 2%. Pretty amazing. A 4% swing. Incredible. NVIDIA still melting, guys. NVIDIA going for its gap fill on November 18th, Tuesday, November 18th. It's approaching a gap fill. So another big area that's approaching. It's testing that October low. Big area. Bitcoin's still selling. Nvidia is still selling. Netflix down 3, Tesla down 1.4, Meta down 0.9, Google down 0.34, Apple down 0.7. Nice bounce so far. Let's see if they can sweep the lows and defend it here. So it does look like they're trying to do a big sweep of the lows. NVIDIA is getting some liquidity. So you got another bearish 10-minute candle close, closing at the low of the session for your SPY and SPX. Bitcoin still trickling lower. Yields are still falling. Dollars now falling a little bit more. It's trying to get back above its prior day highs, which is at 182.84. Still seeing sell side pressure in the tape. Bitcoin, no bounce. BTC, I don't know if something's happening in crypto, but BTC is just wretched price action. Wretched. Testing 86.1 on Bitcoin, down another 5.7%, about $5,200, shaving off the price today. NVIDIA seeing more sell side again. VIX is still trying to climb. Micron down 9.4%. Nasty. Nasty. Video right back down, getting liquidated. Wicked you out. Yeah, it's doing a lot of wicking, that's for sure. We're testing that bear pivot on the SPX, guys. It's in the market starting to brew. This might potentially be the low of day. I don't want to call it, but it's trying to firm up here. We're getting close to a low of day. Very close. Big deviation. I just don't know how much we're gonna bounce, but you would favor one, right? or selling. Still no bid in really NVDA. Bitcoin trying now. I mean, I don't want to call that a bottom either, but maybe a little bit of an hourly buy program coming in. Are your VIXs slowly curling down, guys? Your VIX is curling down. Perhaps we have put in the low. Trying to build a little bit of a base here. And VIX curling down. No bid yet in NVIDIA. Dollar slightly curling down. Still an uptick here, 220, 218 actually. We're seeing the market's trying to bounce a touch here. Don't know how much. Again, we've done a nice retrace of that whole hourly chart, bottoming tail, swept it, seeing a bit of a bid now, coming back into the picture. NVDA getting a nice bounce, dollar still curling slightly lower. VIX is still chopping down, guys. Bitcoin's still curling. SPY down 1%, IWM down 1.0, QQQ still down 1.69. Yeah, imagine the look on their face now. I know it's been a crazy day. It's certainly a crazy day for sure. You have to admit that I didn't expect this. Not at all. It could be. Honestly, I don't know the reason yet. Could be. I think a hedge fund blew up today. Likely in the crypto space. I think a big hedge fund trading in the crypto market blew up today. That's what you've seen, forced liquidation. I don't think this is due to rate cuts. I don't think it's um it could be the Japanese yen carry trade, but I think a hedge fund blew up today in the crypto market and they're now forced liquidation. Yeah, ironically, Weeble's the only thing green. I know. It's crazy. Crazy day though. I'm down. I hate to admit it. I was looking pretty intraday. I still like the market down here, guys. We're still technically at support. Obviously, we have a head and shoulders that everyone's watching, but I don't know if it's going to trigger yet. NVDA getting a nice big bounce. Bitcoin's getting a bounce. Yeah, we're now investors. I like to go by presently trading, future investing. You're always investing in the future. Again, you are getting Bitcoin coming in. VIX is still curling down here. A little bit of resistance at your 1 minute EMA, but I do think we can still work ourselves a little bit higher off of this zone. VIX is really selling off here, guys. They're selling the S&P, punishing any sort of late chasers again. Let's see if they perk us back up. Trying. There's definitely a little bit of accumulation, but nasty. Nasty, nasty sell side pressure in the tape. All right, final 90 minutes. This is where the market should make a stand. If it is to bounce, it's like literally right here at 230. Um, or else we could continue to flush down to the lows. This is the last stand for the market. Pretty much here. NVDA right back down. Now VIX is trying to perk back up. Bitcoin seeing more selling. Your dollar's trying to bounce. Looks like another wave of selling hitting the tape here. Come on, 234. Still barely a bid down here, guys. Bitcoin's trying to do a little something, something. VIX is still holding above 25.86, curling slightly down. Bitfarms is still trying to move. NVDA is still struggling. Still seeing quite a heavy degree of sell side pressure. No bounce yet in sight. All right, so your Dixie's still trying to hold some pre-market levels. NVIDIA is trying to hold 182. S&P 500 down 1.0, QQQ down 1.79. Yeah, the VIX is still looking pretty solid intraday. Tomorrow is VIX Crush Friday, but right now it's definitely looking, it's wedging on the intraday chart, creating some higher lows, lower highs. S&P is quietly melting a little bit lower here, a little bit lower. All right, a little bit of a reversal facelift here, potentially. VIX is still curling slightly lower, guys. SPY's still struggling to get above 656. Hard sell there. Okay. This is still curling down on your 5-minute chart. This could be a potential big push here. We need to get through the 650, 640 area. That 1-minute EMA, you can get above that, you're going to squeeze to PDL, and then you could trigger a little micro 1-minute inverse head and shoulders, which could give you a power rally. But this market is definitely weak right now. I mean, you got a lot of, you need to establish some key levels to kind of negate this bear trend here today. It could be a nasty day here. If we don't get a nice pump here into the close. Is slightly positive on the session. Nat gas down 2.3, crude oil down half. Sell side pressure. We just cannot get through that 666 area. It's like a brick wall. NVDA keeps getting rejected off its prior day low. Bitcoin, really no movement. VIX once again trying to push back higher. chopping us around. SMR down 9.28%. Bitfarms XYZ still green. Datavolt still green. DPRO still green. They give the market a little bit of a pump. Certainly think that it's possible. If we can break this 656 level, we could have a nice little power hour rally here, but you can see the resistance. It's a battleground here. Definitely still in a heavy downtrend. NVIDIA needs to get back above its prior day low, which is 182.84, so it's about 40-50 cents away. VIX right now just chopping sideways. Pops are still being faded and sold into. Anyone taking any 0DT lottos into the close? 658, 660s? Anyone taking anything? I'm considering it, power hour. I'm considering the 660s. Bitcoin trying to firm up a little bit. NVIDIA, I mean, the market's just pinned here. Seems like it's waiting for power hour. Trying to grind a little bit here. Above its prior day low. starting to try to firm up and peekaboo breakout here. Got a lot of work to do though. What's the SPY volume trading at today? It's pretty thick. That's SPX. 119 million shares already, and we haven't even had power hour. Pretty crazy. Level here for the market. It's trying to go through. Taking fentanyl to get through this. It'll put you to sleep. Don't do drugs. Certainly not fentanyl. Can't say I've ever done fentanyl. Can't say I ever will do fentanyl. Or I can say I will never do fentanyl. Rephrase that. All right, NVIDIA getting a nice 5-minute close above its prior day. Big 1-minute chart resistance here, EMA 113 on SPY. It is trying to work itself through this vicinity. We've tested it once from a higher low now. Markets are still seeing some heavy sell side pressure. SPX still trying to move up a little bit. Take a nice little pump here in the market, guys. Decent pump. Let's push, guys. Nice push. VIX is getting faded here again, guys. I think for zero DTEs, you can play the pullbacks with tight stops. You know, you got a little pump there. Uh, I'm not in any day trade right now. Holding some swings, but not days. Again, I think that you can buy pullbacks on the zero DTEs, and we're pretty oversold. The volatility's there. So I think pullbacks can be bought for little scalps. You know, we got this little bit of a trading range. Again, keep your stops tight, and I understand that it's risky. You know, we tried breaking out there on SPY just briefly. You still have a potential 2-minute inverse head and shoulders trying to trigger here. It just needs a little bit more time now. So we'll see. I mean, you know how this market, we've had some pretty extraordinary rallies into the close on big down days, but simultaneously they could flush us. So there's always a risk, right? Just size appropriately if you're scalping and keep your tight stop. But it seems to me that they're punishing chasers at every turn. You chased here, they faded. You chased here, they faded. So if you're looking to scalp zero DTEs right now, I think you have to buy the dips and kind of pick your spots, you know. But buying breakouts has been very, very difficult today. Give me a sec, guys. Show of force today, but usually after heavy sell days, stocks get liquidated on earnings, but we'll see. Unless now there's just a lot of liquidity on the sideline and they're going to chase an oversold name. I honestly have no idea. I'm in Webull now for the long term with my commons, and it's kind of, that's about it. I'll take some SPY lottos into the close here, guys. Let's see. 658s, what are those at? 659. 659, 0 DTEs, small size here, small size. If we get one more little tiny pullback, I'm going to keep a tight stop loss on the trade. Small size though. Up, up. Cents, small size, guys. I'm in at 40 cents. Again, this is high risk. Please understand that. It's kind of like gambling here into the close. I'm in at 40 cents, 659 SPY call. All right. I'm going to keep a stop loss at 35 cents. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, SPY. We're up 13 cents, pushing. Almost pushing 50% here. Come on, rip it. Give us a nice squeeze. Give us a squeeze and a half here. Here we go. Beauty, 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 beauty. Keep going, keep going. Get through that EMA. Get through that EMA. All right, guys, it just trimmed half, 50%. Stop at break even, 40 cents. Stop at break even, 40 cents. Nice little pump there. That was like a quick in and out. Probably too quick for everyone, but yeah, it was a quick play, very quick. Looks like they might give us a little facelift here. Final 45 minutes. Again, we've hammered on this EMA a couple times now. If we can only get through it, we should see a squeeze, but look at them sell that. NVDA, nope. NVIDIA getting slapped right back down. Yikes. Come on, NVIDIA. Get your big butt up there. What a weak bounce. Man, is this all they got? Is this all the bulls have got? All right, it's looking a little bit better. Oh man, Second squeeze. It's coiling here, building up some momentum. We're probably not gonna stay in this range, guys. We're either gonna fumble back down to the lows, which is very good chance, or they'll pop us out of this range and likely test kind of the 659.15 area. But they're battling. They are battling for sure. The wedge is getting tight here. Which way are they going to break it? All right, Bitcoin trying to hold a bit of a higher low. Dollars popping though. QQQ still down 1.66%, guys. Horrific downtrending session for the Qs. $6,600 flow for SPX coming in, guys. Call flow. Yep, lots of gamblers in our market, for sure. I dabble in sports betting. I dabble in sports betting as well. Nothing of crazy size, more so for just fun. And I bet on the sports that I know. I'm not betting on like ping pong or I don't really know tennis. Betting on mainly soccer, football, basketball, and hockey. The games that matter. All right, you're getting a nice little push here in the market. Decent sized push. Bitcoin's trying. Yeah, that's pretty much betting too, gambling for sure. Degen in crypto plays. All right, nice push, guys. Nice push. SPY starting to get a little squeezy here. It's looking like it's coiling. I think it should get through this area. It should get through this area, guys. It's trying. Bitcoin's also now trying. So that's a little bit of a character change. Bitcoin hasn't really been bouncing every time the S&P's tried. Bitcoin's now trying to bounce a touch here. Not much, but a touch. And we're slapped right back down. NVIDIA's still trying. Bitcoin's still trying. Can they wave the magic wand and save the indices down here? They sent it up. Oh, barely. Barely. Dixie is quietly creeping up as well, guys, so that's a bit of a problem for the market. Bitcoin's still trying here. All mega caps are negative. The pop was just faded. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Final 37 minutes in the tape. Now that could be a bit of a failed breakout there. Watch out. Watch out. Could be a failed breakout. They are chopping it down. SoFi getting wrecked as well. SoFi is into another big daily chart level. It's also piercing its weekly 20 moving average, coming into a massive gap fill in the daily for SoFi. SoFi did fill the gap. It's actually piercing it right now. Wow. SoFi now down 5.69. NVDA down 2.46. Can you parlay stocks? That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Imagine you parlay an option. That would be insane. You'd lose so much money. You know, parlay an NVIDIA and Tesla call together. They both have to hit. It'd be exponential, stupid returns, but it would be nasty. You'd lose a lot of money. Options are difficult enough already. Alright guys, it looks like maybe we're on the precipice of breaking down here again. They've just really been burning. I mean, they're not really wanting to pay anyone out crazy amounts in this range. You've had a little bit of pop, drop, pop, drop. You know, it's 50 to 60% scalping ranges here for 0 DTEs, but they're not really giving a big flush or pop. So do you sell? Nasty. Well, looks like after today I'll have to cancel my girlfriend's Christmas present. She won't be happy. I'm only playing. We'll still get gifts. You feel the urge to play NVIDIA puts? Tough, 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 guys. This is a big deviation move. You don't see reversals like this down often, and again, you're still technically holding support here on SPX. They're just shaking the tree hard. I mean, that's a crazy move. It's one for the ages, though. You know, final 30 minutes left in the tape, guys. Yeah. You shouldn't be happy with President Maker happy. Thank you, Avis. Thank you. Ram saying call flow premium 85 mil. Yep. Or Jazz Singh. Is that the same account? Different account? Yeah, that's Ram. That's Ram. Is there any positives to the market today? The only positive is that we're trying to defend this lower wick. You know, you pretty much came down to fill the gap. I'd say you filled it. Close enough. Close enough fill on the SPX gap there. Did we tap the weekly 20 say? Not quite. Almost, almost. So, yeah, almost tapped that weekly 20 moving average. He's talking about buying power in 2026. You'll be rich if you have buying power. Maybe. Dixie dollar ripping to the high side. Put into hiding after today, guys. This is relentless. What a day. Started off so positive as a bull, and they wrecked my ass today. Can't believe that reversal. What a reversal. Look at these candles. The sizes of these candles are insane. And we're melting. We're melting. They are destroying the tape. Yeah, the market's in a bad correction mode for now. They are dropping it like it's hot. Yeah, they're gonna take out the lows, guys. Holy moly. Sea of red. Sea of red out there, guys. Got the selling. Taking out the lows. Our new lows on the S&P 500, guys. We are now down 1.39, over 2.27% on the NASDAQ, QQQ, IWM down 1.67, NVDA down 3, Tesla down 1.45. Meta holding up the best with Apple. Apple and Meta and Google are down the least in mega cap tech land, but this is a free fall bloodbath. Baby is being thrown out with the bathwater today. That is just, look at that. We've now taken out the Friday, October 10th pivot, guys. That is so bearish right now. We have made a lower low. Will we close down there? We will see, but that is a lower low. This market is in trouble if it doesn't push up. Wow. Only positives, you're coming into your weekly 20 moving average, but wow, that is nasty. That is just filthy. Look at that lower low. That is just crazy. You just had a job with your job manager, 1K jobs cuts this week. Nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Sales and support reps done. Hmm. New lows there. S&P taking out the lows. It's a bloodbath. They are just throwing everything, guys. Liquidation. Crazy. Yeah, the October 10th lows are breached. Clear breach. Lower low has been set. Not a positive sign for now. Took it to SPY lower low. Yeah, you can see SPY is coming into that area now. Literally just piercing it. So not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. VIX is still off of its highs, but trying to trend to the upside yet again. Curious to see what the volume is at the close today. It's going to be heavy. Be some crazy volume, that's for sure. There's absolutely no bid right now. Looks like they want to try to close us underneath that low. I mean, holy moly. This is sheer bloodbath. Yeah, there's always that potential. It could be the start of a bear market for sure. Absolutely. There's always that possibility. No question. If this is a bear market, nothing is safe. Gold, silver won't be safe. Commodities won't be safe. Oil, nat gas will get beaten up. But just remember, in bear markets, you get big counter trend rallies. So we still need to see how the market reacts tomorrow. But obviously, nasty bearish reversal today. Haven't seen a reversal like this in a while. It's crazy. Wow, look at that. You would at least think there would be some little push here into the end of the close, but the push is to the downside. Yeah, that's the surprising thing too. Datavolt, Dragonfly, some LiDAR stocks are still up, but they're trying to turn everything green. XYZ just turned green. Bitfarms is trying to turn green. Wow, they're full liquidation, guys. Full liquidation. Holy moly. All right, big candle there. It's probably going to get sold into. I don't know how MOC is reacting. Bouncing us up sharply. Holy moly. That's insane. What type of a bounce is that? Again, that came off of that massive gap fill down here. Crazy. And they sell it. MOC just gets sold into. Recession, not an apocalypse. Closing out all my SOXS here. Closing out all my SOXS. It's another MOC, guys, coming in. Hitting the buy side pressure in the market. Look at that candle, guys. Look at the volume today. 143 million coming into this red bar that we made. This red bar still traded a little bit more. 159 million. Crazy. But good volume today on the sell side. Holy moly. Absolute destruction. Destruction. Damn. I've lost. Down 30 smacks today. Tough day to be a bull, guys. Really tough day to be a bull. And I was a bull. I'm getting slapped today. Gotta shake it off. $30 clams. Looks like I'm eating potatoes and bread, guys, for the rest of the year. Potatoes and bread. No steak for me. Gotta go return the steaks. Yep, you gotta keep some eggs on the side. You shat your pants twice today. Oh. All right, so we'll see if we gap down tomorrow, but they absolutely threw the baby out with the bathwater today, guys. Not a good sign for the indices today. Very, very weak price action. Um, again, tomorrow will be an interesting session ahead of the weekend close, Thanksgiving. I mean, there might be a chance where they just keep selling, but big, big down move today. They could gap us down tomorrow, and then that would set up for a bit of a day trading opportunity tomorrow, but holy moly, that is a bearish, bearish close on your S&P 500. This red bar candle, guys, is bigger than this candle, but look what happened the next day. You had a massive gap up the next day, which was roughly what, a 1.8% swing back up. If we have a 1.8 swing from the high here, that puts the S&P back up to 664-ish. So we'll see what happens. It's a long shot. It's a long shot, but damn, guys, holy moly. Hopefully we get some sort of a bid in the market tomorrow, but today it was filthy, filthy, filthy if you were bullish. And unfortunately, I was. Nevertheless, guys, thank you all for tuning in. I got to look across the board, across some indices, try to find out what the heck caused this sell-off, if it was pure technical, institutional, but tough, tough day for myself, as well as anyone who was long. We win some, we lose some. Today was a loss. We'll shake it off. Yeah, S&P, there's a strong chance. I mean, today you did technically confirm the breakdown, guys, of the head and shoulders. You know, whether you want to use this little neckline, I mean, you've confirmed the breakdown today. So we're now in a bit of a regime change where, you know, do I think we're just going to keep free falling? No. There's still a lot of support here, especially since we are hitting weekly chart support. This is your first backtest of the weekly 20 moving average since you broke out here. And it's looking like we're still in some sort of this phase again, you know. Pierced it, sold off. We've just hit the weekly 20 really fast. I mean, we could be replicating this type of candle formation now, where you knife right into that 20, and then they bid it right back up, and then the bigger sell-off comes. We'll certainly find out over the coming sessions. I'm still going to stay long the market, but definitely a big, big breakdown today in the S&P 500. We'll see how they want to close the market tomorrow. Yeah, for now, the December rate cut is not happening. Again, I still think this probability is going to swing. When you start to get declines like this in the market, you look what the 2-year yield did today. The 2-year yield, no, I don't think sell everything. I'm not selling everything. The 2-year yield took a nice dive today, so that puts a little less pressure on the Fed. So I still think we're going to get a rate cut. I do. I think that the Fed watch tool is a little bit incorrectly priced, but who knows? That's what makes a market, right? That's what makes a market. What I'm going to be looking at over this evening, guys, is what does Bitcoin do? Does it keep selling off? You know, it's getting very, very close to that channel. Very, very close to that channel of support, but wretched price action. Let me just blow up this chart here. Put on this BTC chart. So you can see BTC is kissing this channel, guys. Pivot low to pivot low. So there's definitely some support here, but who knows? Technical levels can always be violated, as we've seen today. So I'm going to watch Bitcoin. The only positive is that Bitcoin, as the indices sold off and made new lows there at the end of the day, Bitcoin kind of held its low of day. So we'll see if BTC can start to bottom here. But definitely everything has been liquidated today. Commodities down, gold flat, bonds got bid up. Yeah, nasty, nasty, nasty day. Anyways, guys, we'll see you a little bit later. Thank you all for tuning in. Rough day for myself and everyone else, but we'll come back stronger, guys. All right, take it easy, guys.